That's not working right. Wait a minute. I'm on the wrong screen. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Oh, that sounds like an echo. Do that sound like an echo to y'all in y'all end? Okay. Let me see. I don't know. It sounds like it's echoing. Yuck. That may not work. That sounds weird. Let me see here what I got going on. Hmm. Interesting. I don't know. Do it sound echo-ish to y'all? Echo. I probably won't be able to wear these. I caught myself getting some new headphones, and I don't know. It sounds good to you guys? Ew. Maybe because I can hear myself talking back in my headphones for some reason. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Hey, Tanya. Good morning, Pretty Brown. Hey, Jason. Hey, therapist. Therapist. Good morning, Fowler. Damn it, Fowler. Good morning. Hey, Merelda. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I got your voice note. Thank you. I was like, she be up early enough. Let me see if I can get her to do something. I'm just trying some trial and error because I noticed that a lot of people are saying that they don't get the notification bell. So I'm trying to figure out what is going on with that. Yeah, I don't know why these headphones. I got me some new headphones, but they sound worse than the last ones to me. So did anybody do anything yesterday? I was so tired yesterday. I was like, I'm gonna take a mental health break from trial watching. I said, let me take a mental health break from trial watching and let me go do some. My favorite pastime is I like to shop for other people and earn $1. So I did a lot of shopping yesterday. A lot of people enjoy my delivery services. It did. I think that I sent you the voice note. It had to be shortly before I went to sleep. No, well, no, it was I was doing something. It was like 7 or 8 o'clock this time. You say you got a notification about 9 o'clock last night. That may be true. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm just trying to see because even yesterday when I was out, of course, when I'm out, I do be in the YouTube streets. And I know I am a member and subscribed to Catch Up Court. And I was pretty peed off because I went in and all day I had been trying to find something to listen to because that's one thing that I like to do is I like to listen to different people's content while I'm like shopping or cooking or whatever the case may be. Sometimes kind of hearing my voice, I be over it, right? It is my voice, so I be done. So I was looking for something to listen to yesterday, and I was listening to something that I probably didn't really want to listen to. And then I finally went back to go try to look and see if I could find something else to listen to because I didn't want to listen to that. And I seen that Catch Up Court was online. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I go in there and he like, because he's so nice, he's so sweet, he always greet me or whatever case may be. And he's like, well, he like Sweet Pea is almost over with. I try to keep him up under 2 hours. And I'm like peed off because for the last 2 hours I've been trying to find something to listen to. And I didn't get notified that he was live. And I'm a member and I got my notification bill on, and my notification bill is set to all for him. So yeah, I didn't appreciate that with YouTube yesterday at all. I'm like, I could have been listening to somebody that I wanted to listen to versus to which y'all was forcing me to listen to because y'all threw it in my timeline and I didn't ask for that in my timeline. Just a little pet peeve of mine. Like, ew, don't be doing that. But now that I know, I gotta figure out. I'm pretty sure it's happening my way too. where certain people are not getting alert notification. But I do know, like, if you don't click on a certain live feed at least once in a while or something like that, it will remove it from your thing. Not saying that you're not subscribed or anything. It would just remove, like, they like, okay, we done send the live feed, we done send notifications, and shoot, they ain't even tried to click it. So I do know they do that also, but yeah, I was just like, well, that probably will explain a couple things around this way. So let me see here. So just so y'all know, kind of what our week is, or what I think it's gonna be. You say it happens for you a lot. Yeah. Yeah. So just so we can kind of have an idea what our plan is this week, we do have a continuation of our Daisy Links trial tomorrow. They'll be back in court. Court will be back in session. I want to say this week is the week of cops. I don't know if we got good cops, bad cops, what kind of cops we got, but just a whole bunch of cops, a whole bunch of law enforcement. That's going to be the main focus of most of our trials this week, unless I find something else that comes up that we really want to look at, besides the Daisy trial. And I only say that because I think both of these dynamics of these cop cases is very interesting, because I can definitely see one set of cops totally getting off, and I can see the other set of cops, totally going down, right? When we're talking about the Mr. Brooks case. So I think we'll have a week of cops and law enforcement standing trial. Daisy, of course, we just gonna have her, her regular old, I guess, boyfriend stuff, and we did have some stuff that come in on that I'll share with you guys tomorrow before the stream. So the way we'll play it, just so everybody kind of has an idea. Today is kind of gonna be us catching up. We will do Donna, and we'll look at some of her video. I was gonna go through some of her trial stuff before the actual hearing today for us. So we'll watch a little bit of that, and then hopefully we'll go right into the hearing for Donna. Just so y'all aware, with the correction officer one that we're gonna watch, which I'm gonna call it the gang. We can't be live in the courtroom. We did get to see the opening statements. I can't remember if you guys were here or not, but I think the opening statements was like an hour and 20 minutes. So we'll look at those again this morning for those that did not get to see it, just so you can have an idea. No, we cannot be actually in the courtroom, but there is a blogger that is in the courtroom, and I want to say it's freelance. Give me 1 second. I don't want to misquote, because we're gonna be using him. Thank goodness some people are out there they're out there in these streets. So we'll utilize his information and other people. It's kind of gonna be like it's gonna kind of be like the Hartsfield. But the one good thing about this one versus to the Hartsfield one is we are kind of like already well, I'm gonna do it each evening, if that makes sense. So I'll do like a little live each evening. It shouldn't be long, just to kind of give us updates in regards to the important testimony and things. Only because I want to keep an eye on this case, and I think that we almost can go back in the courtroom when closing statements. I still don't understand the whole idea why they kept us out of the courtroom, considering that every hearing, everything that they had going on prior to the actual court hearing, they had the cameras in the courtroom. I mean, everybody that pled guilty, everybody that took a plea deal, everybody that came up before these last three, you were able to see all the information on them. Like we seen the whole entire trial. So now for some reason, now that we actually hear the trial, for some reason they didn't kick us out of the courtroom. I don't get it. We'll also today, after we watch Donna's hearing, we are going to watch the first day and opening statements for our other law enforcement trial. That one we can actually be in the courtroom. That's in San Antonio. So that's the Melissa one, and we could be in the courtroom for that one. So we'll kind of cover that in tag team with play tag with Links until Links go to the jury. I think she'll probably go to the jury. I would say no later than Wednesday, because I think the only person they're gonna be able to call for anything is her to explain her self-defense. So I say they go to the jury Wednesday. We'll probably have a verdict by Thursday or Friday. So just so y'all are kind of aware how that one goes, how I plan it to happen. Okay. So let's do this. I am going to get us into the opening statements for this one so we can see exactly what we're dealing with for this one. And just so y'all aware, the only other reason why I really went back and wanted to watch it and wanted to actually cover it, because I typically don't too much care for, how do I put this, cases that we can't see everything. It's 3 defendants. I can get them for you. It's 3 of them. Therapists. Yeah, so I typically like to be in the courtroom to kind of like see everything versus to doing like a update this way. But I think this case is just so interesting to me because I just really don't even understand how we I don't understand how they thought these 3 that actually decided not to take the plea deal. I don't understand how they thought that was okay. Like how they think that they're going to get off. I don't get those portions and those parts of their mindset. Because I know I've been figured out my guy who kicked him in his groin area, the one I kept calling Big, and I'll show him to y'all later. Yeah, he took 22 years. So I'm like, well, why do all these other guys, why are they going on trial? And the bad part about this is that it's just not this one time that this has happened. Like this was something that it was like a gang initiation, guys. Like this is something that they was doing. Like, welcome to Marcy Correctional Facility. Let us welcome you with all types of things. Let me see. Okay. Okay, let me get that information for you, therapist. Mm-hmm. So the defendants in that one is Eleazar Alejandro, Alfred Flores and Nathaniel Villalobos. So some of these are being charged with redrum. Two of them being charged with redrum, Flores and Alejandro. And then Nathaniel is being charged with aggravated assault with a weapon. Yeah, so it'll be the thing of law enforcement cases this week. And I really honestly think that these guys are going to get off because I ain't going to say get off. I get if they're found out guilty, I guess I don't consider it personally as they got off. I consider that they are, in their cases, not guilty because they're going to put something with this mental health thing as a thing, an issue with her. I already know where that's going. So the full opening statements from the prosecution, and the thing is things that are very similar is that we have two cases, one in New York, one in San Antonio. We have 3 officers that's involved in each case that are currently going to trial. Remember the Marcy Correctional Inmate one? This is the one that we have the video on where he was handcuffed. They were transporting him to the infirmary. And yeah, we got 3. It's 3 and 3. But the big difference is the particulars and unalivings. One is plain and simple to me, and then the other one is like, I don't know if they're not going. They may let them off. Yeah. See, and I think that's where the standpoint that SAPD has in regards to that. And when I say SAPD, I'm talking about San Antonio Police Department. I think that's their whole thing. And we talking about a person with a hammer, right? So we'll listen to their opening statements and things of that nature, their first day, because they are only one day in. So we'll listen to that stuff, listen to that today after we get finished with Donna. This current one that we're doing right now that we're talking about that's in New York, this shouldn't take us long. I would be going through and updating us because day 6 will start tomorrow. And I just wanted everybody to be kind of up to date before we actually start. I start the recaps. And like I said, I'll do the recaps every day live in the afternoon, in the evening time. That way, kind of like what I did with the Sierra thing, but instead of with the Sierra, I was like doing a recording and then uploading it for you guys. I am just gonna go live again and just do it, and it shouldn't take me that long to do it. Cause me trying to record this stuff, I mean, that take a lot of work for me because I'm not used to it. So like different things that you just do, you can kind of correct if you want to correct them. And I'll be sitting up there correcting stuff all day, and I don't have time for that. I just want my mouth to be like, free flowing. If it come out wrong, it just come out wrong. Take it how you take it. It is what it is. I mispronounced it. Who cares? Let's move on. I said something that was foul. Who cares? Move on. Whatever. But when I'm when I'm recording and doing it, it's like, okay, well, I probably shouldn't have said that. When I'm live, I can give 2, if you know what I mean. So we will get into our opening statements just so we can kind of stay on track because we do have a busy schedule today. We are, even though the courtrooms are shut down for the most part, except for in Florida, because Florida don't play those games, right? They don't play those games. Florida said we don't. Columbus, who that be? We have in court. It is court today. Like, we gonna move up court dates. Like, oh, you thought you no. It's a holiday. You can come on in here. Hey, the 13th. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know the cameras are not allowed in there, and that's an unfortunate thing. And I just feel like they should have made an exception for this. Like they made the exception for everything else. You said, can we see a photo of the inmate? Are you the case that we're doing right now? Tanya, you know, because you can have whatever you like. I'm like Ti in some ways. You let me know what you want. Yes, okay. You surely can. Give me a second. Let me pull it up. Mm-mm-mm. Hey, OnlyFans. Yeah, yeah. Inmate meaning victim. Yeah, I think that's definitely what she mean at this point. Mhm. Okay, let me get it up for you guys. So I'll go ahead and show the actual video again. Remember, warning, it does have graphic content. This is just so y'all can kind of see what we doing here today. And this to show you the Tanya, this to show you the actual defendant and show you why we here, why this is a concern, right? Because this is happening, guys. Like this is happening, and we just don't know what's happening. These guys just got caught. Like this wasn't their first rodeo. Remember, it's called a game. Um, so they do have it on here, just so everybody know. Um, warning, warning. So we'll start with this and then we'll go into our opening statements. And then this way y'all can understand why we here and kind of why I'm going to cover this. Like if I'm going to do the blog with the lady that Miss Hartsfield that's been unalive, two of her husbands, been married 5 times, set 3 fires, and the list goes on and on. I think this actually deserves some attention, at least on our channel. And yeah, and we'll be doing cops this week. Bad boys, what you gonna do? No, and I do not know the words because I'm just like the movie Bad Boys, and I'm going, you know how Will Smith and Will Smith and Martin Lawrence did it. That would be me still because right, Jason? Sweet Pea don't know no lyrics, so you know I don't know those. Here we go, guys. Yeah, like these two goofies right here. I don't know if they in this indictment, but here are in. Yeah, these two goofies, they need to be on trial too. Look, they in there peeking and smiling. Goofies. I mean, I guess did they saying like can't nobody tell nobody? I mean, I don't understand this how you sit around and watch this. I don't know what they doing to the poor guy right here in the back. Medical staff or not, they wrong is wrong. You know when you see wrong, like if you see it and ain't saying nothing, you just as guilty far as I'm concerned. Look at him, he smile, he having him just a good time while they over there unaliving this man. So this is going to be another camera but I am going to only take us into opening statements. Hey, P. Lolo. So I am going to take us into the opening statements so we can listen to opening statements. And I think that what we'll do is I do want to do some kind of breakdown because I really want to pick out which officers took plea deals and all of that stuff. Because I think this guy right here, I think he's actually on trial. So I want to go through and try to figure out which ones we actually got on trial because I want to see what we can see in these videos that they were actually doing. If that makes sense. So let's see. Yeah, Jason, I might be hot because I was like, I don't want nobody to get a plea deal. I want everybody up under the whole cell. Put them all up under the cell. All of them. That's exactly right. Like, no, ain't nobody got all of them. Put them all up under the jail cell. How dare them? And the people that's watching and looking. He said, you can hear it's not my coffee. And, you know, and I listened to these guys take their plea deals the other day. You know, some of them take their plea deals yesterday. And yeah, you know, his son, you know, is in the courtroom. This guy only had a year left to serve in prison, y'all. Like he had did his time almost. Like there was nothing that this guy could have did. And listen to the opening statements, like it's heartbreaking because even the prosecutor was like, you know, I could typically, you know, I can't really justify any murder, but I could typically tell you why something might have happened, like something that somebody may have done to cause it, not to say it was justified. And he basically was like, I can't even give you anything, nothing, nothing at all with this situation. Nothing, nothing at all. All right, guys, let's see what we have here.
You can all be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will now turn to the opening statements. The court will recognize for the prosecution, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you very much, Judge Bauer, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you for your kind attention during the jury selection process, and I will congratulate you. So many of your neighbors were excused. Each and every one of you impressed 8 very, very experienced lawyers in this courtroom to suggest to us that you will decide this case exactly as you said you would, fairly and impartially, and let the chips fall where they may. I hope you are as anxious to learn about the horrible death of Robert Brooks as I am in the next few minutes to educate you about it. What I say obviously is not evidence. I was not there when it happened, and the evidence will come from that witness stand in a few moments. The day in question was Monday, December the 9th, 2024. This country had just finished a very contentious presidential election. Many of us in our own lives were preparing for the holidays, looking forward to seeing loved ones and spending time with family. And for 43-year-old Robert Brooks, it was the last day of his life. Robert was incarcerated at the Mohawk Correctional Facility, a place right here in Oneida County. He was done with about 90% of a state prison sentence that he had received for stabbing his girlfriend in a drug-induced stupor. I don't have to tell you that. It has nothing to do with the case. These gentlemen didn't know what he was in for. They didn't know anything about him. But I don't want you to speculate, so I told you. Robert was one of about 32,000 adult men and women locked up in the state of New York, crimes ranging from drug possession to murder and everything in between. And every single one of those inmates, those incarcerated individuals, had one thing in common. Their welfare, their safety was entrusted to sworn correctional officers who took an oath to do their job, wear a badge, wear a flag on their uniform, and protect those 32,000 people, no matter what they were in for. And among them were those three defendants. There are dangerous people locked up in prison. Lord knows I know. I put enough of them there myself. But Robert was reliant on them for protection, for food, for medical care. He was told when to wake, when to sleep, and they killed him. Remember that word, they, because when each of us are subjected to the argument, I didn't do it, I didn't deliver the fatal blow, I didn't lay a glove on him, the other guys did worse, I was just following orders. It doesn't matter because they killed him. Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Kiefer, and Mr. Kingsley, along with several others. They're all charged with depraved mind murder, a carefully orchestrated act, the evidence will show, of sheer unimaginable brutality. The new guy at Marcy, Robert Brooks, met the welcoming committee of these three defendants, and in less than an hour, he was dead. Never even unpacked. Never set foot in his cell. Instead, he was in a drawer at the ME's office waiting to be autopsied and for the medical examiner to tell us how he died. It's great to suggest that prisons are dangerous places like we heard on voir dire, how Marcy is so terrible, which would have something to do with the case if Robert ever set foot in Marcy, which he didn't. He only made it to the emergency room. You will witness on tape this depravity firsthand. It will be gut-wrenching. It will be almost beyond belief that these three men, sworn to protect Robert Brooks and do their duty, treated him with such depravity. So let's review what happened, what the evidence will show. On the morning of December the 9th, 2024, Robert Brooks was an inmate at the Mohawk Correctional Facility. He had been assaulted by other inmates on two occasions, December the 7th and December the 9th. Why? Not going to be able to prove that to you, and it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. We're going to put in evidence regarding those assaults simply to show you that they had nothing to do with his death. Rather than deal with whatever was percolating at Mohawk regarding Robert, the officials decided to transfer him to the Marcy Correctional Facility. You'll see a video of Robert that morning while he's at Mohawk. And I want you to pay careful attention to that video because he's going to be being interviewed by a corrections officer, Sergeant David Sayu. I stand here not to tell you with a broad brush that corrections officers are bad people. On the contrary, the overwhelming majority of them are decent people that do a difficult job, and we owe them our gratitude and our thanks. David Sayo is such a man. Contrast to these three defendants, you will see a correction officer doing his duty, treating Robert like a human being, which shouldn't be that hard to grasp. Sayu generally wants to find out what has happened to Robert at Mohawk. It's obvious to him that Robert is having issues, but you'll see with your own eyes, you'll see Robert being compliant, being decent, being respectful. In fact, it gets to a point where Sayu feels comfortable enough with him to remove his handcuffs. Again, our medical proof will show that the assaults that took place at Mohawk had nothing to do with Robert's death. Robert was 5'11". He was a massive behemoth of exactly 148 pounds. In his near decade in state prison, he had a whopping 1 write-up for misconduct. When he left Mohawk that night, everything he had in the world other than his 2 sons was in a couple of duffel bags that he was carrying when he got on that bus. Robert arrives at Marcy Correctional Facility at about 9:07 p.m. 9:07 p.m. And a half hour later, he's dead. He's laying helpless in the emergency room at Marcy Correctional Facility on a gurney. He's got injuries to his head, his neck, his testicles, his liver, his spleen. You'll see a tape of Robert from that evening, and he's looking into a camera that he doesn't know was on and none of these defendants knew was on, and he's pleading for his life. He's begging, someone tell me what I did wrong. Why is this happening to me? And he's also choking and drowning on his own blood. And these 3 defendants, each in their own way, the proof will show, were intimately involved with these acts. They no longer were corrections officers. They were a gang. They took turns, collectively and individually, of punching him, kneeing him, pepper spraying him, choking him, pinning him down, cuffing his legs. The last thing he had to defend himself, his legs. And Mr. Gallagher, you will see, decided to cuff his legs during the beating. Having done this line of work for some time, let me suggest that what's in your mind right now is, surely, Mr. Fitzpatrick, there's more to this. You're leaving something out. He must have spit at the officers. He must have degraded them in some way, insulted their manhood. The truth, the sickening, gut-wrenching truth that you're about to experience is that he didn't do a damn thing. Absolutely nothing. He was greeted by these 3 men and others. David Kingsley and Nicholas Kiefer were part of the welcoming committee, along with Glenn Trombley and Robert Kessler, the latter 2 who you will hear from during this trial, and they were soon to be joined by Matthew Gallagher. Trombley and Kessler will be witnesses. They've made deals with the prosecution. Had they not made deals with the prosecution, you would never know about the 2 assaults that occurred to Robert before he was on camera. You can choose to disbelieve them or not, or believe them. That will be up to you. They are 2 men that will tell you under oath that they will regret for the rest of their lives the cowardly failure to act that they participated in during the beating of Robert. Someone long ago said, an event has happened upon which it is difficult to speak, but impossible to remain silent. Impossible to remain silent. The words of Edmund Burke from 200 years ago. Even today, they explain the decisions of Trombley and Kessler to testify, reluctant as they may be, ashamed as they may be, and credible as they may be, to speak about something which is impossible to ignore and impossible to remain silent. Defendant Nicholas Kiefer here, he shows up on the scene, part of the welcoming committee. He heroically pepper sprayed Robert for no reason at all. And you'll watch him throughout the rest of these proceedings. He doesn't participate in the beating in the ER. It doesn't matter. He was part of that gang that assaulted Robert. He disoriented him, made him helpless, and allowed the beating to continue to intensify and result in Robert's death. And ladies and gentlemen, he's no Uber driver in this play. Robert is passed off to other members of the gang. You'll see a lot of them that are not in this courtroom for reasons that do not concern you. And then you will see a sickening video of Robert being hogtied and transported into the infirmary like a dead animal. Not because the defendants wanted to get him help or aid, but because that's where they had to take him, the first stop. With utter indifference and depravity, Robert is hogtied and dragged into that ER. Among the individuals doing that is this defendant, Mr. Kingsley. Now inside the infirmary, Robert is laid out on a gurney. You'll see video of that. He's already dazed, he's confused. He's clearly been beaten severely before the cameras ever capture his image in that ER. Mr. Kiefer has done his part with his blows, and now a fresh set of corrections officers take over. And remember, they killed him, that gang. You'll see pictures of Mr. Farina and this defendant, Mr. Kingsley. Mr. Kingsley with his arms and his hands around Robert's neck, treating him like a doll, while Mr. Farina tries to shove a rag down his throat. He's gagged, he's choked, he's punched, he's yanked by the neck, he's dragged off the gurney by Mr. Kingsley and one of his accomplices by the neck and taken over in the corner for God only knows what purpose. He has no means to defend himself because his hands are cuffed behind his back during this whole process. So what does Mr. Gallagher do? Does he return to the human race and say, enough, stop this now? No, he goes out to his car to get some leg irons. And now we're going to argue to you that he was just following orders to leg iron a man that is moments away from death. Shockingly, after Mr. Gallagher retrieves the leg irons, when you see his body-worn camera, he zips up his jacket. So for 9.5 minutes, we see the inside of Mr. Gallagher's jacket instead of seeing what he was doing. Now, why do you think that happened? You'll know by the time this proof is concluded. Contrary to human experience, apparently it got colder inside and he had to zip up his jacket. Mr. Gallagher had a free will. He had human intelligence. He had training. He saw a man being beaten. He had no obligation, no duty, and God help us all, no human decency to put leg irons on that man. He participated in that death. He aided everyone that was there, and that's what the evidence will show and proved. An ambulance wasn't called for Robert until 9:40 p.m. They rush him to Wynn Hospital. He has no chance. Despite Herculean efforts, he is pronounced dead. Now, many months later, we appear in this courtroom because an indictment has been returned against these three men and others. Mr. Kiefer is charged with offering a false instrument for filing in the first degree. I'm going to make reference to the indictment in reverse order of severity. That's a very fancy way of saying he was required by law to fill out a document, and the man that is going to sit there during this trial, Mr. Kiefer, and say, I didn't break any law. I'm not guilty. I'm presumed innocent. He bald-faced lied in his report. Here's what he said. Prior to entering the emergency room of the infirmary, all force ceased being used against Robert Brooks. That's his story then. You'll see him walking around, looking in, participating, chuckling, hanging with his fellow gang members, while this poor 43-year-old, 148-pound guy is being pummeled like a rag doll a few feet away from him. I will ask you to convict Mr. Kiefer of that count. The defendants, Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Kiefer, are charged with gang assault in the second degree. I must and I will prove to you that they had intent to cause physical injury to Robert Brooks. Good Lord, did they intend to cause physical injury? You won't have any doubt of that whatsoever. They were aided by multiple people. They caused serious physical injury to him. Good Lord, they caused his death. And I will ask you to return a verdict of guilty against Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Kiefer for gang assault. The second count charges these three defendants with manslaughter in the first degree, intending to cause injury to the defendant Robert Brooks, serious physical injury, and acting in concert with each other. Sounds complicated at first, but when you boil it down, it's pretty simple. You're going to see massive evidence that this gang, this whole group of these people that stopped being corrections officers the moment Robert got off that bus, that their motive, their operandi was to cause serious physical injury to this man, and they wound up causing his death. And the final count, the most serious count, depraved indifference to human life. Depraved indifference to human life. Nicholas Anzalone, David Kingsley, Anthony Farina, Christopher Walworth, Matthew Gallagher, Nicholas Kiefer, three of them on trial here today. You won't have any doubt whatsoever that their conduct evinced a depraved indifference to human life. When you watch this video, the first words that pop into your mind are going to be depravity, indifference, recklessness. Difficult to watch, but I'm counting on you to do that. Christopher Walworth, Nicholas Anzalone, Nicholas Kiefer, Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Kingsley. Mr. Brooks was at various times restrained. He was beaten. He was choked. He was strangled. He was gagged. He was forcibly moved and kicked, all with minimal or no resistance on his part and with absolutely zero legitimate law enforcement purpose. These assaults were perpetrated while the defendants were acting in concert with each other. With depraved indifference, they did nothing to restrain each other, did nothing to stop the beatings, and failed to immediately order medical assistance. The indictment alleges, and the medical examiner will so testify, that Mr. Brooks suffered injuries to his head, to his neck, severe injuries to his neck, his hyoid bone, his thyroid cartilage, his torso, his liver, his spleen, his testicles, each and every blow contributing to his death as it put added strain on his heart, as his body gasped and choked for blood because he couldn't breathe because of the blood rushing into his airways. Blood as a result of the beatings these three defendants and their fellow gang members inflicted upon him. If I'm able to get it into evidence, and I hope I will, you will see Department of Corrections and Community Supervision's rules and guidelines regarding an individual corrections officer's duty to intervene. Duty to intervene. It is not complicated. When you see what you will see with your own eyes, and you realize that these three men did nothing to intervene, I ask you just please follow your oaths. Follow your oaths and follow the facts in this case. I will show you all three of these defendants have signed acknowledgments within a year of this homicide, that they all acknowledged being trained in that area and understood what their duties were. And they don't get to change that because it's October of 2025. You'll see the signed form by David Kingsley. You'll see a signed form by Matthew Gallagher. You'll see a signed form by Nicholas Kiefer. You're not supposed to help and stand by while others beat an inmate to death. It really ain't that complicated. You'll see, as I already alluded to, Mr. Kiefer's use of force report, which is a total fabrication. It's complete nonsense. You'll see a use of force memo by Mr. Kingsley. Again, glaring by its omissions. If you read the use of force memo, you'd think that Robert tripped on a piece of ice on his way into the infirmary. Now, how can I tell you with such certainty that I will prove all of these things to you? Because my most important witness in this case, ladies and gentlemen, there's four of them. They're body-worn cameras, about the size, a little bigger than a pack of cigarettes. All three of these defendants are supposed to wear them and supposed to activate them every time there's an encounter. Not only did they not activate them, Mr. Gallagher went so far as to cover his up as he zipped up his jacket. You know how many of these defendants activated their cameras? Zero. Not one. 9:26, when Mr. Brooks is a danger to absolutely no one, Mr. Gallagher, at Sergeant Trombley's direction, goes out to retrieve leg irons. And then at exactly 9:26 and 33 seconds, he zips up his jacket. The evidence is going to show that the rest of these defendants were unaware that video was being made. Can you imagine what this trial would be like if I didn't have those videos? Can you imagine what their stories would be? We already know what Mr. Kiefer's story is. Nothing happened after he entered the emergency room. You'll see that that's completely fallacious. If I didn't have these tapes, I'd be listening to stories about, it was icy out. He was resisting arrest. We bravely had to defend ourselves. And we were barely able to restrain him because he was in a psychotic rage from some drug. But they didn't know that each of these four body-worn cameras from four separate corrections officers were storing data that the New York State Police were able to recover. And you'll hear about that, and you'll see these tapes in all their depravity. I won't have to say much as I show those videos to you. I won't have to. Because if you're the people I think you are, you'll know exactly what happened. There's no audio, and you will have ample time during the course of this trial to familiarize yourself exactly who is who on that tape. You won't get it the first time, trust me. It's difficult sometimes. You'll be able to tell Robert Brooks because he's the one bleeding and dying. you'll see a composite of all of those tapes together. And then when I finish presenting that tape to you, remind yourself that these three defendants are sitting here telling you, we broke no laws. You know, I go to Disney World a lot. My favorite ride is Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm not ashamed to admit that, but as you walk in, if any of you have ever been there, there's this baritone voice that says, "Dead men tell no tales." That's not true. It's Robert Brooks in death is going to tell you what caused his death. We're going to present to you Dr. Katya Merkalova, and she is going to describe to you in excruciating detail the injuries that Robert suffered, the number of injuries that he suffered, the lethality of the force used, how each one of these blows, as I mentioned earlier, put strain on his failing heart. She'll tell you that Robert had a synthetic drug in his system, and she will very, very clearly tell you how that had absolutely nothing to do with his death or with his conduct. In fact, the only thing it had to do with it is probably ameliorated some of the pain that he was suffering. These defendants took Robert's life, these three and others, with such callousness and such brutality that it will probably take her close to an hour just to describe to you each and every wound that he suffered. Wounds to the right side of his head, his neck, his torso, his groin, all while these defendants were smiling, joking, checking the time, pepper spraying him, cuffing his legs, telling the nurses, "Don't come in the room, nothing to see here," until it was way too late to save Robert. For the depravity, the indifference, the gross recklessness, the utter lack of urgency, you're going to look at a room full of people that look like they have about as much care as they do as to whether or not it's going to rain a month from now. They're just going about what they do. And I'll ask you to convict Mr. Kingsley because of the gross abuse that he, and you will see it, inflicted on Robert's neck, the beatings that he participated in. I'll ask you to convict Mr. Gallagher, who made it easier for these people to inflict this pain, who tried to prevent you from seeing what he was doing, who restrained this guy's legs, and he's going to tell you that it was part of his training? Where do you see Robert lying on that gurney? And you tell me what world an individual lives in to say that's part of my training. And Nicholas Kiefer, the brave pepper sprayer who had no idea what was going on, just rushed into a scene and joined in the beating. They murdered Robert. They murdered him with a depraved indifference to human life. I wish each and every one of you Godspeed over the next couple of days. And I can't imagine a better place for justice to be than this courtroom with you good people. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Niebusch, would you wish to make a motion statement on behalf of Mr. Kingsley?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Once again, I'm Luke Niebusch, representing David Kingsley, a husband, father of three, correctional officer for over 9 years. This case comes down to David Kingsley's thoughts and intentions. David's intent, his mindset during the events of December 9th, 2024. The district attorney has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he acted in a manner that can be considered depraved, and that he did so with complete indifference and devoid or regard for human life. Murder in the second degree. In the alternative, the district attorney has to prove David intended and wanted to cause serious physical injury to Mr. Brooks and caused his death, constituting manslaughter in the first degree. Before we talk about this specific case, let's take a moment to understand the world we are talking about. Correctional officers work in one of the most dangerous environments in our society. Every day, they step into a prison which runs rampant with drugs. They deal with men who are under the influence, who are often violent, unpredictable, and often intent on harming staff, other incarcerated individuals, or even themselves. Fights break out with little warning. Weapons are made from almost anything. Tension runs high, and officers are expected to act immediately when something happens. These are daily occurrences, and they don't get to pause, review video, or reflect. They are trained to respond quickly to control situations before they spread. Maintaining control and order in the facility is critical to the safety of the Department of Corrections, personnel, and the incarcerated individuals. That is the backdrop here. The law requires you to evaluate what happened in the context of that environment. Similar to doctors and nurses in emergency rooms or firefighters and their commanders on scene, they have to act with urgency, trusting the people behind them. You will hear that Robert Brooks was involved in fights with other incarcerated individuals at Mohawk Correctional Facility on December 7th and again on December 9th, 2024. It was at this time that Mr. Brooks sustained significant injuries, which led to the decision to separate the parties and transfer Mr. Brooks to Marcy Correctional Facility. When Mr. Brooks left Mohawk and the van pulled into Marcy, from the very beginning, he resisted instructions. He told officers what he wouldn't and wouldn't do. He ignored them and was not following lawful orders. Orders that may seem menial to you, somebody living outside those walls, but important in maintaining safety and control. That passive resistance continued through the administration building and into the vestibule area. After his leg shackles were removed, you will hear that there was an issue, and the officers brought Mr. Brooks outside where he was pepper sprayed. One officer on scene then pulled their pin, a red dot. An emergency was called, a signal that requires immediate backup because an officer may be in distress. A call where all officers who are available must respond. The officers that day responded because they are trained and ordered to do so. When a red dot is called, the responding officers have no idea what lies ahead of them or what they are getting themselves into. Even when a red dot is called off, those responding officers will always continue to the scene to make sure no further assistance is needed. And what followed was a series of chaotic events. And you will see portions of this on video. You will see officers using physical force to move and restrain Mr. Brooks. You will see strikes, attempts to get him to comply, and decisions being made in the moment, not after careful reflection. Now, the district attorney will show you those clips and say, look, that's excessive, that's depraved, that's indifferent. But your job will be to evaluate whether what you see meets the legal standard of depraved indifference or intentional infliction of serious injury. Not whether it looked rough, not whether you would have done it differently, because the lives you live are much different than the lives living behind those prison walls. And the officers live there as well. There's one particular moment you will see Officer Kingsley, my client. He is holding Mr. Brooks as other officers are around him. At times, you'll see him trying to reposition Mr. Brooks on the gurney. And it appears that his hands are near and around Mr. Brooks' neck as he lifts him up. Let's be direct about that. Officers are not trained to lift people by the neck. It was not the proper technique. And yes, on video, it looks violent. But here's what the evidence will show. It lasted only seconds. It was done in an effort to get Mr. Brooks upright in that specific moment and nothing more. It was done in an effort to get Mr. Brooks up. It was done in a chaotic scene, under orders to get him up, either direct or implied, with multiple people involved, including 2 sergeants who were in charge of all the correctional officers in that room. It was not done with the intent to injure. It was not done out of indifference to life. It was rough, an imperfect decision in the middle of a confusing and stressful situation. The law requires the prosecution to prove depraved indifference or intent to injure. A moment of rough handling, especially in the context of restraint, is not depraved indifference. Now let's turn to the charges themselves. The district attorney has charged 2 different crimes based on 2 different legal theories that are contradictory to one another. First, murder in the 2nd degree. This crime requires proof of a mental state of depraved indifference, that David Kingsley acted so recklessly and showed no regard for Mr. Brooks and was indifferent to his life, that he did not care whether he lived or died. Second, manslaughter in the 1st degree. This charge requires proof that David intended to cause serious physical injury, that he set out to seriously hurt Mr. Brooks, and in doing so caused his death. These are 2 very different theories. One says the actions were reckless, the other says they were intentional. Both cannot be true. You will see as this trial unfolds that the evidence does not support either theory. What happened was messy, it was physical, but it was not indifferent to life. And it was not an intentional attempt to cause serious physical injury. You will hear about the role of Sergeant Trombley. He was the ranking officer present. He at times gave orders and at others stood there and did absolutely nothing. That matters because correctional officers like David Kingsley operate within a system of trust and reliance. When a sergeant is present and giving directions, officers comply because the sergeant is expected to have knowledge and understanding of the overall situation. The evidence will show that David Kingsley did not have knowledge of the overall situation. He did not start this incident. He wasn't there. He did not order it. He was not following along in a scene he had just arrived at after a red dot was called. Officer in need of assistance. As he was holding Mr. Brooks at times, but he never initiated any strikes. None. What's significant after all this, after the struggle, after Mr. Brooks was placed back on the gurney, another officer started to recognize that Mr. Brooks was in distress, and then something else happens. You will see David Kingsley, the first officer, to begin chest compressions. You will hear testimony about CPR being performed, about efforts to revive Mr. Brooks until an ambulance arrives. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a depraved act by somebody who is indifferent to Mr. Brooks' life. It's an officer recognizing a medical emergency and doing everything he could as they are trained to save a life. This trial will not be about whether the video is easy to watch. It won't be. It will not be about whether the officers handled everything perfectly. They didn't. It will be about whether the prosecution proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Officer Kingsley acted with depraved indifference to human life or with intent to cause serious physical injury. And when you look closely at the evidence, when you see the timeline, the orders, the chaos, the decisions being made in real time, you will see that burden has not been met. And at the end of this trial, the only verdict supported by the law and the evidence should be not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. Mr. Blueberry, did you wish to make an opening on behalf of Mr. Gallo?
We change the order. Withdrawn.
On the
Longaretta. Do you wish to make an opening on behalf of Mr. Kiefer?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you very much. May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is David Longaretta, and I'm here with attorney Mark Curley, and together we represent Nicholas Kiefer in this matter. Before I start my opening remarks, we want to thank each and every one of you for your willingness to participate in this process. Quite frankly, without your willingness to participate, our entire system of justice would come to a complete standstill. So again, we thank each and every one of you. Now, Nicholas Kiefer. Nick Kiefer is a family man. He has a wife, he has 3 young children. Nick has been a corrections officer for 10 years. Nick has been falsely accused of horrible, horrible crimes. And he has refused to plead guilty to something he did not do. Nick has demanded his right to have you, this jury, decide this case for Nicholas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, right from the outset, we ask you, keep an open mind. Remember that the indictment and the charges that Mr. Fitzpatrick had gone through in detail for you, okay, are mere allegations. They are not proof of anything. You even heard the judge say that. It's just a document. The prosecution in this matter bears the burden of proving each and every element of each and every crime to each of you beyond a reasonable doubt. You've heard a lot about beyond a reasonable doubt yesterday and today, the highest burden we have in our system of justice. Ladies and gentlemen, that is in fact the cornerstone of our system of justice. And it is your duty as jurors to hold the prosecution to this burden of proof on each and every element of each and every crime. Now, as you heard from Mr. Fitzpatrick, in this case, you're going to have the benefit of videos. And the videos will show you, black and white, what happened at relevant times. We anticipate the prosecution will be putting in these videos into evidence for your consideration. Nicholas Kiefer plans on using these exact same videos to show you that Nicholas Kiefer is not guilty of these crimes. Now, as you see these videos, you're going to see numerous people in the videos. We ask you, when you watch these videos, and I'm presuming it may take you more than one view, when you see these videos, I ask you to pay very careful and close attention to see if you see Nicholas Kiefer in that video. Take note of Nick Kiefer's actions. Look and see if Mr. Kiefer is even there. Along with the videos, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear testimony and you're going to see a multitude of other exhibits. And as Mr. Fitzpatrick had alluded to, we anticipate that you're going to hear evidence of DOC's rules and regulations. We further anticipate, ladies and gentlemen, that you are going to hear about how these rules and regulations may have not been followed on December 9th, 2024. I ask you all, be very, very mindful. Nick is not on trial for violating any DOC's rules or regulations. Nick is on trial for very serious penal law violations. Now, as jurors, it is your prerogative. You can accept or you can reject any evidence that the court allows into evidence in your consideration. That includes testimony that may be offered to you or that is in fact offered to you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as the court has indicated, as Mr. Fitzpatrick has indicated, there are 3 gentlemen on trial here. When each and every piece of evidence is submitted to you, I ask you to ask yourselves, is this piece of evidence relevant to Nicholas Kiefer? Is it relevant to David Kingsley? Or is it relevant to Mr. Gallagher? Is it relevant to maybe 1 or 2 of them and not the third? Or is it relevant to any of them at all? That will be your determination. As you heard the prosecution in this case, ladies and gentlemen, this night of December 9th, 2024 involves 3 separate incidences. One in the breezeway, which is in the administration building of the Marcy Correctional Facility. One is on the walkway from leaving the administration building en route to the infirmary. And the third in the treatment room of the infirmary of the Marcy Correctional Facility. 3 separate and distinct incidences. It is not one continuous incident. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on December 9th, Nick Kiefer went to work like any other day. He was mandated to work a double shift, 16 hours, as they often are in the Department of Corrections. Nick was due to return to his family later that night at 11 p.m. At approximately 9 p.m. on that day, Nick received a radio transmission saying, "We have an in-draft," which means we have an incoming incarcerated individual leaving one facility and now entering into the Marcy Correctional Facility. Nick went and responded to that call, which was Nick's obligation. That's his job. That's his duty. He followed it. Nick did not know who this in-drafting, incoming incarcerated individual was. He has never seen this individual prior. He has never supervised and or worked with this individual. As Nick was going up to the administration building to meet this incoming and drafting incarcerated individual, he was met by 2 of his coworkers. Mr. Fitzpatrick gave you some names. You heard Mr. Kessler, you heard Mr. Angelo. They also met the Mohawk Correction Officer who did the transportation of the incarcerated individual from Mohawk over to the Marcy facility. 4 COs are there at this time. The 4 COs then walk out to the van where the incarcerated individual was. The 4 COs were able to get this incarcerated individual out of the van. We now know that this individual's name is Mr. Robert Brooks. They brought him in to the Marcy administration building. Per policy, the receiving correctional facility must ID this particular in-drafting incarcerated individual. He was then brought into an area of the administration room which we call the breezeway. You're going to hear testimony, and I believe you're going to see some diagrams of the administration building. And this is a small room, not a very big room, right before you would exit the administration building and go into the actual compound. You go through what's called a man trap. In this breezeway, Mr. Brooks was unshackled by the Mohawk Correctional Officer. He took his mechanical restraints from him. Mr. Brooks is now unrestrained. In this small room, there was a use of force incident that did in fact transpire. Started by another correctional officer, not Nicholas Kiefer. Nicholas Kiefer, not knowing what just transpired, going back to his training, he immediately went to the assistance of his fellow employee. This entire breezeway incident, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear from a gentleman, Mr. Kessler. He said this whole incident lasted maybe 7 seconds. After this incident, Mr. Brooks, under his own power, albeit being escorted by 2 other COs, walked out of the breezeway onto this walkway, headed towards the infirmary. Mr. Brooks became non-compliant on this walkway. As you've heard, simple orders that may mean nothing to us carry big significance in the prison setting. He became non-compliant. He was put down to the ground. Nicholas Kiefer then went and applied the minimum amount of pepper spray to gain compliance. Now, there's going to be a question, and we're certainly going to have questions for the medical examiner, whether or not this minimum application of pepper spray even had an effect on Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks was then handcuffed, not by Mr. Kiefer, he was then handcuffed, and then he was escorted to the infirmary. Nicholas Kiefer did not touch Mr. Brooks for the remainder of this night. Let me say that again. Mr. Kiefer did not touch Mr. Brooks for the remainder of this evening. Mr. Brooks was in fact escorted to the treatment room. Now, Nicholas Kiefer did enter the treatment room on a few brief occasions. You're going to see this in the video. But on the few occasions, for the mere seconds that Mr. Kiefer was in that treatment room, there was no excessive force being applied to Mr. Brooks. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear testimony from one of the prosecution witnesses about how Nick Kiefer was ordered out of the treatment room. Now, the prosecution is attempting to tie Nicholas Kiefer to the actions of others, suggesting to you that he is somehow responsible via association. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard, the law requires more than that. It requires intent, it requires knowledge, it requires direct participation. We will show that Nick Kiefer did not possess this requisite intent. He did not have the knowledge, and he did not aid or abet anybody. Nick did not act with malice. Nick is not guilty of depraved indifference murder. Nick did not intend to cause any serious injury that resulted in death, and he's not guilty of manslaughter in the first degree. Nick is not guilty of gang assault because he did not cause a serious injury. Nick is not guilty of these crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, we urge you to listen very, very carefully. Consider the evidence that you, pursuant to your oath, that you deem is pertinent when deciding this matter for Mr. Kiefer. Remember, every person is entitled to a fair trial, and we believe you, the jury, will be able to do that and provide Nicholas Kiefer his fair trial. At the end of this case, ladies and gentlemen, We are confident that you will find that the evidence that the people will produce does not meet beyond a reasonable doubt burden. It will not support the charges that Nicholas has been charged with, and that you will return a verdict of not guilty. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Luker?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, folks. Mr. Fitzpatrick was very impassioned, but you haven't heard a witness yet. You haven't seen a video, haven't seen anything. But you were promised a lot. And when the time comes, let's see what that adds up to as relates to one of the three people in the three trials that are going on, Matthew Gallagher. Whenever Matthew Gallagher's name is used, it's always associated with they, because Matthew Gallagher didn't harm Robert Brooks. He didn't hit him. He didn't strike him. He didn't encourage others to strike him. He didn't deny him medical care. He didn't do anything that contributed to the death of Robert Brooks. Nothing. And I'm going to be specific, and I ask you your patience because I'm going to go through the facts as you're going to hear them unfold. As you would expect, Matthew Gallagher has lived in this community. He's a husband and father. We'll get right past that. And we also know that Robert Brooks, whoever he was, doesn't deserve to be assaulted in prison. We all agree with that. But on December 9th, 2024, Matthew Gallagher was assigned as a CO to work something called rounds. He had three direct supervisors, three sergeants, Sergeant Trombley, Sergeant Mashaw, and Sergeant Ploss. He had two supervising lieutenants. These were his bosses. That's who gave the CO's orders that day. They gave out the orders. Now, none of them ordered anyone to beat Mr. Brooks. All right? I'm not going to say they ordered any of that. But they were in charge. They controlled everything that night. Chain of command. Any of you had served in the military, chain of command. A call came across the radio at Marcy that an inmate was being brought from the Mohawk Correctional Facility to Marcy. It's a nearby state prison. At the time, Matt Gallagher was in an area of Marcy called the Infirmary Building. That's where he was. He was in an open area with three other officers, with other officers coming in and out. It's a quiet night. And on the TV is a Tom Cruise movie being played. A couple of the officers are watching it. The Mohawk prison, their transport officers were bringing Robert Brooks over to Marcy. He'd been involved in fights. You've heard that. Over several days, he had been struck in the head by an inmate with a padlock, swung and hit him. He had blood on his face, blood on his nose, cut to his eye, bruises all over his head. You may see pictures of those bruises. He had suffered a head injury and he was talking gibberish at times, gibberish. He thought he was going on an airplane flight that night. That's what he thought, where he thought he was going. But when the call came from Mohawk to Marcy that an inmate was coming over, Mr. Brooks, but that wasn't known, Matt Gallagher knew nothing. He didn't know Robert Brooks. He didn't know he had been injured. He didn't know why he was coming over, and he didn't know the crimes that he had committed that got him into Mohawk to begin with, that Mr. Fitzpatrick described to you, stabbing his girlfriend. All he knew was that there was an inmate coming from Mohawk to Marcy with some type of a problem. That's why they do transfers. Now, Matt was assigned to the transport van that night. He would get into a van, he would drive around the grounds, he would check the buildings. That was part of his responsibilities. When the call came, the first thing he did was he went to the nurse's office in the infirmary building. Got out of his van, or got from where he was in the lobby area, he went into the nurse's office, spoke to the nurses. He then quickly went outside to the transport van assigned to him. He was assigned a transport van. He got in, he started the van. And by the way, every second of December 9th, you can see Matt Gallagher on somebody's camera. Every second. You'll never lose sight of him. You will know exactly what he did that night. He got in his van, he started up his van, and he drove the van a short distance towards where the new inmate was going to be coming in. There's an area of the prison where the inmate would be coming in. And that was Mr. Brooks, but Mr. Gallagher didn't know that. His body camera, Matt Gallagher's body camera, shows that a second van was already at the location to pick up Mr. Brooks. It was driven by a CO, a correction officer named Farina, Officer Farina. It was parked there. So Matt parks his van behind Farina's van, and he gets out and he starts walking up to where he expects the inmate to be coming from. Farina's van blocks Matt's view. He can't see. It's right in front of him. And it's nighttime, by the way. It's dark, and there's a long sidewalk up to where the inmate's going to be coming from. The side door of Farina's van is partially open, which tells Matt Gallagher that the plan is that the inmate's going to go in Farina's van and be transported someplace. So Matt, usually there'd be one or two people collecting an inmate who comes in on a transfer. And there's usually a sergeant, a boss, who's assigned up at the time of inmate being received. And Matt stands at Farina's van because he sees the two officers coming towards him with an inmate, which is Mr. Brooks. He sees it. He stands at Farina's van, the door's open, and he stands there because he expects the inmate's going to come and are going to be placed in Officer Farina's van. So he stands there. He doesn't move. But the officers pass right by him. You'll see his video. They go right by him. Nobody says a word to Matt Gallagher. They have Mr. Brooks in custody. They're bringing him along. Another officer follows, and then two more officers. So 5 officers had been up with Mr. Brooks in the intake area. And they all ignore Matt Gallagher. They all ignore him. He's just standing there. He then, when they go by him, there's nothing untoward at that point. Matt Gallagher goes to, leaves Farina's van, and he goes back to his van. And he gets into his van and he reparks his van. And then he gets out and begins following the other officers towards the infirmary. And you'll see his body cams. He can't see the officers. They're in the building already, but he follows their path. His body cam will show that all Matt knew at that time was there was an unknown inmate, had come through intake, had been transported, and was heading down towards the infirmary. That's all he knew. None of the officers seemed agitated, and none of them requested Matt Gallagher's assistance. None of them. But what we do know from accounts, or at least I expect we'll hear some testimony, is that not only had Mr. Brooks been assaulted at another correctional facility, but he had been involved in an interaction which will be described to you in the intake area. Now, Matt Gallagher didn't know that, didn't see it, didn't see any evidence that anything had happened. So Matt Gallagher goes down the hallway. The nurse's office is on the left. It's called an emergency room. It's called a lot of things, but it's the same as a medical office. You go in the office, there's a gurney, there's medicines in the cabinets, there's counters along the sides, and then there's an area, because this is where inmates' pictures are taken. When they come in, the pictures are taken there. There's a mat where they stand, there's a white backdrop that they stand against, and photographs are taken of them at the time that they come. It's used for that as well. Matt doesn't go in the room. He doesn't need to go in the room. There's 4 or 5 officers in the room. There's 2 sergeants, 2 bosses in the room, 2. And they're all in, he doesn't know what they're doing. He's down the hallway, and he's really doing nothing. He's just standing there doing nothing. He's chit-chatting with a couple officers, because there's officers in the hallway as well. And he stands there for a period of time. He wasn't needed. There was no need to have Matt Gallagher at that point in time. There were normal reasons that Mr. Brooks would have been brought into that room. typical reasons, not because he'd been assaulted, but there's a lot of reasons that an inmate's brought there to document prior injuries from a prior facility so the new facility doesn't get blamed, to conduct a medical exam, because a medical exam is required when an inmate arrives. There's a lot of reasons he would be there. Nothing that would get Matt Gallagher thinking this is a problem. But while he's there, something said in the room, in the nurse's room, the ER room, that drew his attention. So he walks down and he looks around the corner, and what does he see? He sees and what one of the officers says they hear is, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." When Matt Gallagher turns the corner to look into that room, this is his vision. This is what he sees. In the corner is his boss, Sergeant Trombley. He's standing at a counter. He's got a piece of paper that he's writing on. To his right is his other boss, Sergeant Mashaw, who's standing there with his jacket on, his baseball cap on, and his hands in his pocket. And over at the gurney is Mr. Brooks on the edge of the gurney with Officers Anzalone, Farina, and one or two other officers present. And Matt Gallagher is looking around the corner, and he's watching. He has no involvement. And you'll see Officer Farina starts wiping Mr. Brooks' face. That's how it appears from the vantage point of Mr. Gallagher. He's got a white rag of some kind or white Kleenex, and he's wiping his face. Could be any reason he's doing that. Could be blood, could be mucus, could be leftover OC spray if he was sprayed. It could be anything, or it could be he's trying to clear his mouth to look into his mouth for something being smuggled in. What happens at that moment is it appears Mr. Brooks bites down on Officer Farina's finger. That's what it appears. And Officer Farina reacts ridiculously. He loses it. He pulls his hand away and he punches in the face Mr. Brooks 3 times. And Officer Anzalone starts punching Mr. Brooks in the leg. It lasts 4 seconds, 3 to 4 seconds. That's how long it lasts. Mr. Gallagher's still back. The sergeants who are in charge are standing there, and none of them move. But then it stops. It stops. And you'll see then the officers then, and they're acting roughly. No question they're acting roughly. They start trying to pull Mr. Brooks from the edge of the gurney onto the gurney. This is a medical gurney. This is where he's supposed to be, on a medical gurney. And they try to pull him up. They try 4 times, and they're getting rougher each time. Matt Gallagher's sergeant is in front of them, another sergeant's there, and they don't move. They don't do a thing. Matt takes a step forward, like, what am I gonna do? Should I do something? Takes a step back, and then he goes past his sergeant. He goes up to Mr. Brooks. He doesn't grab him by the neck. He doesn't grab him by the skin. He takes his shirt and he moves him up on the gurney. That's what he does. He moves him up on the gurney. And just as he finishes doing that, Officer Farina kicks Mr. Brooks between the legs. It appears he's either trying to hurt him or he's trying to push his body up further on the gurney. But whatever he does, it's wrong. Mr. Gallagher now just has the shirt. He's not touching any other part of Mr. Brooks. He lets go, and then an officer comes around in front of him and blocks him out. His sergeant's behind him, and Mr. Brooks' legs are kicking. They're kicking. He can't kick people. And someone says shackles or irons. What that means is when inmates are transferred, when inmates are kicking, when they're acting inappropriately in some way from the waist down, you get shackles. They're handcuffs for the ankles. They're not excessive force. They're not wrong. They're part of somebody's job. The only one that has shackles is Matt Gallagher. Matt Gallagher has shackles out in his van. So Matt Gallagher leaves. He leaves the room. Sergeants are in charge. He leaves the room. He goes right down the hallway, goes out the front door, goes in his van, gets the leg irons, comes back down the hallway, comes back into the room. And you can see from other people's cameras that remain in the room that they're holding Mr. Brooks' legs tight as if he is trying to kick. But while Mr. Gallagher is gone, you also see this from the other people's cameras. Farina loses it again, starts punching him again, as does Anzalone. They both start punching him again, but Matt Gallagher doesn't even know this. He has no idea that this is going on because he's down a hallway, out the front door, coming back. He walks in. They're not doing it anymore, so he has no idea they even did it. He walks up, puts the shackles around one foot that's kicking, and struggles with the other foot, and either he or another officer puts shackles on the other foot. And that's what he does. That act of shackling his legs, and you heard it, is being alleged as a basis for a murder charge against Matthew Gallagher, a manslaughter charge against Matthew Gallagher, putting shackles on the ankles of an inmate kicking. Job number one of a correction officer is to restrain an inmate who's kicking, not to have him hooked up so he can be beaten, because Matt Gallagher doesn't know he's going to be beaten, to do his job. And Matt Gallagher backs up. The inmate, Mr. Brooks, out of respect, Mr. Brooks, then is brought over from the, Mr. Brooks is there for a period of time. He's leaned forward. Mr. Gallagher goes back to over by the door, stands by the door again, because it's not his situation. There's nothing for him to do. There's nothing for him to intervene in. He's doing his job. He's standing by the door. And Officer Farina, who was bit, remember I said he was supposedly bit, is, you see on camera, he starts shaking his hand and he says something. And Officer Anzalone, he must hear him say something like, God, he bit me or something. He decides to punch one more time. He punches Mr. Brooks. Nobody could stop that. Nobody could know it was coming. It happened. The sergeant, the camera that records that act is the sergeant's. The sergeant is standing from me to you, away from the gurney, and he didn't have an opportunity to do anything. Or if he did, if he heard it coming, he didn't do anything. But either way, there was no opportunity to stop it. It was Farina losing it, Anzalone losing it. So what is then, Mr. Brooks is taken over to the wall where the pictures are typically taken. Somebody says the word camera, goes over to the wall. Mr. Gallagher stays in the room. They take him over by the wall. They put him in front of the white. The two officers that take him over are blocking the view of Mr. Brooks. It's unclear what they're trying to do, whether they're trying to raise him up, take pictures, search him. It's unclear what they're trying to do. He's over there for a better part of a minute and a half. And then an officer comes over and unhooks the shackles. Mr. Brooks is brought back to the gurney. He's put back on the gurney. He's brought back roughly. No question, he's brought back roughly. He's placed on the gurney, and his pants are now being taken off because they're looking at his what he had on him, presumably. His pants are pulled off at that point in time, and then the officer, it's realized that he's hurt, that he's injured. And the officers start looking. After a period of time, the nurses come into the room, 2 male nurses. And you'll see the nurses, it's being alleged that Mr. Gallagher is depraved because he didn't intervene at some point in time. Intervention really that is fictional as a concept. But the nurses come into the room. You'll see video of them for over 9 minutes walking around doing nothing. They just walk around. They go up to him. He's got a pulse. He's got a heartbeat. They don't do anything for about 9 minutes before they do anything. Matt Gallagher is not in charge of the medical at that point in time. He's in the room, but he's not in charge of the medical. Matt Gallagher is charged with murder and manslaughter for not providing medical care. The nurses didn't provide the medical care. They were in the room. They didn't provide any medical care for a period of time. There's 3 things that are alleged to be the actions of Mr. Gallagher. that results in a murder charge, a manslaughter charge, and a gang assault charge. The first is putting shackles on, murder. That's what they say. The second is moving Mr. Brooks up onto the gurney, murder. They say that's a murder, an accomplice to murder. And the third is not getting medical care when the nurses, when medical care came, when medical care was there, didn't do anything. They didn't think the situation required them to do anything. Yet they're charging Matthew Gallagher with murder and manslaughter. The government, I gave you a lot. I gave you a lot of facts, and I'm trying to be fact specific because, as you recall, there's 3 trials. The fact trial, I'm trying to address the fact trial. I'm not trying to talk pie in the sky kind of things and get all emotional and try to convince you of anything other than say, these are the facts that are going to come. These are what you're going to see. And I gave you a lot. I don't expect you to remember it. And I think the other lawyers said they don't expect you to remember. It's too much information coming at once. But I do expect that I've given you a sense of how to look at the proof through the lens of what Matthew Gallagher knew and how Matthew Gallagher acted based upon what he knew. You will be judging his actions specifically, where he was when the assaults of by the officers occurred, and how he did the best he thought he could do under moving situations, a situation he didn't create, a situation he came upon that others were involved in. And at the end, I'll ask you to find Matthew Gallagher not guilty on all the charges, despite how mistreated Mr. Brooks was, despite that. Because Mr. Gallagher is not responsible for Mr. Brooks' death. And I don't say that in the sense of, close my eyes, close my ears. He did the best that he could under the circumstances in front of him. And I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty, but I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty and feel good about it and feel good that you did the right thing because you listened to the evidence. You paid attention to the evidence, not the histrionics, but the evidence that you're going to see through Matt Gallagher's eyes as every second that he was in that facility is on a tape recording. And I'll ask you to return a not guilty verdict at the end of the trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bluegreen. And ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening attentively for about over an hour now. It's a good time for me to give you a break. We'll take about 5 minutes, while you retire back to the jury room, and then we'll begin the testimony.
Okay, so there we have it, our opening statements, right? So we can kind of understand. Now I'm gonna give y'all a little breakdown and stuff, and we gonna unpack this, and we gonna unpack this as I'm gonna try to do this as professional and as nice as I can do it as possible, right? So we can understand what we're dealing with here in regards to this case. So, I think that is first to understand, because we are not going to be able to be this total disclaimer that we're not going to be in the courtroom live every day, right? Because they won't let us in live. But I need us to understand the players in this game. That's the first thing. So what I am going to do is I'm going to share my screen because, like I said, I would like to know exactly who we're talking about and what their actions were when we're on this, when we're listening to the trial. Okay. And then I'm going to give you some information. I know, you want to know the jury makeup. I have that information, and we'll discuss all of that stuff as we, today. I'm going to kind of keep us together so that way we can know exactly what we are talking about and what we're covering here. Shout out to the Freelance blog. If any of you guys want to check him out, he's also on Twitter. He covers like live courtroom action, of course, different things, because you think about it, in New York, you can't get over into the courtroom. Unfortunately, they don't let you in there. They let you in there for the stuff that they want you to be in there for. which is not fair. So we do have some of the, I did see that they do have some of the testimony, not testimony, but they do have some of the people where they pleaded out. And we can always look at those plea deals as we're doing things, as we're doing the case. So just for the record, if you not, I will try to keep my cussing and my fussing down to a bare minimum. I've already took over. This is not an ad-friendly stream, so just bear with me if you hear me cussing and fussing, because that's probably what I'm going to do. No harm, no foul in that regards, but I apologize to y'all all the way up in front, but it's probably going to be not professional, maybe whatever you want to call it, sweet pea. So let me give y'all full disclaimer. Okay, so let's talk about it. I know it's early some places, but yeah, I can be easy with me. Oh gosh, look, I just don't want, because this mouth is about to get the free flowing, y'all. Just want y'all to know, I done had me a big cup of coffee plus a half, and I got me some water up here, and I'm back here. And like I said, I was looking at this stuff yesterday, and I said, oh yeah, we gonna definitely watch this, right? We're gonna definitely watch this, and we're gonna talk about this, and we're gonna unpack this, because if not, I'm probably gonna be upset, real upset. And so I gotta get it off, and we gotta go through this, okay? So first thing, let's break down who we actually got in this courtroom. So I am rewinding. I'm rewinding because I want y'all to know exactly who we talk about when we talk about these motherfuckers, okay? And I said it, motherfuckers, and I'm not doing anything. Yeah, be your whole real. Look, Jerry said, be yourself. Yeah, okay. So long as y'all know these motherfuckers here, right? Yeah, I said it. There we go. Let's let it all loose. Let me get up, because I do want us to know exactly who we talking about when I'm talking about them and how I'm talking about them. Because this whole thing, okay, so his big ass, this one right here. Let me pause this because I want y'all to see, so we can all kind of coordinate what's going on. So y'all see him right here, right? This one right here. This one, his name, this is Kingsley. He is 6'2" and about 320 pounds, y'all. This same person that's actually sitting up here trying to put a defense on, or didn't take a plea deal, whatever plea deal they may have offered him, he's the one that had him handcuffed. He was lifting him off the table by his neck. Let me share and show it to you, because I want y'all to see this shit that we doing here, right? So I'm gonna play the video so we can see it. And he's the one, I guess I call it like DDT in him. Like, I don't know what the hell he called himself doing to the man. But his big ass, yeah, this is what he was doing to him. So this is him right here in the back, y'all. If y'all can see him, he right here. This is him. And he kind of like gonna be picking him up and dropping him down by his neck. Pull it back. So right here, let me pull it. Matthew. That's Matthew. I'm trying to pause it right there so y'all can see. Dang, why won't they pause it right there? Okay. So this is him. right? This motherfucker right here, this MFer right here that I got my little cursor on, he took 22 years. He the one who wanted to kick him in the balls, and I don't know what the hell he's shoving down his goddamn throat and shit in his mouth right here. When he took his plea deal, he was trying to say that he was wiping his mouth or some shit he said in his plea deal. I don't know what he was trying to explain that he was trying to do, but it's no way you're trying to do that. And this guy is got him by his neck and they trying to DDT him. No, he took 22 years. He pleaded out and he took 22 years, Merelda. So he got 22. This one right here, because I was like his big ass too, because he big and he big too. I mean, like, they not small guys. He is the guy that's over here. He is, y'all remember when I was kept talking about, I want to know what he did. He better not be on trial because I seen him kicking him. Like he in there doing karate chops and shit on somebody that's handcuffed. Like, this is what we doing out here. I can't remember which one he had where his leg was actually like kicked up, but it's in here. It's in our video. Okay, so now we need to figure out. I haven't figured out the next person on the case, so we gonna work on this together because it took me. I wanted to make sure that I had him right. So the next person that's on case that we're looking at that's on trial is Gallagher. He shackled Mr. Brooks, his feet, and put his hands near Mr. Brooks' neck while pushing him down on the side of the table, while the other guards beat and choked him. That's what the video shows. So he's in the video too. I'm assuming when we're looking at our court live stream, because I need to know who we talking about. And that's why I wanted to break this down with y'all so we can know as we're going through the testimony and going through different things, like who exactly are we discussing? You know, like putting a visual, a photo, you know, something visual in our head when we're hearing these different names as I'm going through the blog and the testimony to kind of give us an update. Let me get him up here, get the courtroom back up here so we can figure out which one he is. Because I didn't eliminated the other guy. So I know who he is. Let me get that. The name of the first guy that we just talked about, he is, let me get it for you. I got about 1,000,001 screens up. Y'all know I'm retarded. Like I just be having all the screens up. So the first guy that I just showed y'all, his name is King. His last name is Kingsley. I don't have his, I'm pretty sure they have his way. His first name is David. So David Kingsley is the one that I just pointed out. Okay, and Keffler, this is going to be Keffler, just so y'all can see. Because I got a picture of him, so I know which one he is. This is Keffler right here. So he is going to be, let me figure out which one he is going to be in this courtroom. You know, because they may have lost some weight or whatever the case may be during this time period. You know, I think that, you know, while I'm pulling that back up, you know, I just, you can really tell how things are just a crock of shit because, you know, some of them, like I said, they did get they did plead out. So, right, they are in custody, most of them. But, you know, just the things and the the leeway that they gave these gentlemen, these officers, during this period of time is just some bullshit. Because if it was just a normal Joe Blow, you wouldn't have these considerations. Like these officers that went to jail, they're talking about, do they get protective custody? Do they get all these things? Why should we be putting you in protective custody? These are the same people that they so worried about somebody doing it to them. Some things that they did to somebody else, they got the nerve to be asking for protective custody. Like, really? What do you think that this guy, Robert, like, what did he think? Like, he didn't have the opportunity to say anything or do anything. Are y'all serious? I mean, really, this is what they're asking. When they had everybody come into custody in regards to this, do you know that one of the officers was like, when I was listening to it yesterday, and I can't remember which one, when all the officers had turned themselves in, y'all. I shit y'all not. One of the officers was like, look, dog, I can't make it. I got some stuff that I need to do, but look, I ain't no flight risk, but I'll turn myself in a little later. I kid you not. I was like, really? If anybody else, they would have had all types of search warrants. Look, we told you you had to come and turn yourself in. Regardless of what you got going on in your life, we don't care who passed away. We don't care who's sick. We don't care who got to go to school. We don't care nothing about that. But if it was some regular old Joe Blow, they would have had the task force at your house trying to shoot you down and unalive you in order to get you into court. But they let this person, after seeing him on video, unaliving somebody else, they was like, oh, he ain't a flight risk, so we gonna let him hang out, and he can just come in when he want to come in. But all the rest of them, they had came in. So y'all tell me how that worked. Yeah, please tell me how that worked. Oh, here. Oh, this is. I wonder if I can. Let me see if I can show this, because this probably help us out a lot. So I could tell you, like, from yesterday when I was listening to some of this stuff, I'm like, it's just so funny how, and I know that we can all be hypocritical in different parts and, just different things in our life. And I'm like, okay, but, to a certain degree, like, I mean, this is like just crazy. So right here, I don't know if y'all can see this. So I'm trying to see, because they got everybody's picture right here on this thing. I wanted to stop and let me get the picture. This is their thumbnail, I guess. Let me see. I don't want to play the video. So this is Nicholas right here in this corner. So we know that's Nicholas. This is David. Okay, that's David. And then the last person that we have on trial is Kiefer. No, that's Kiefer Kingsley and Gallagher. Gallagher, that's his name. Last name is Gallagher. Okay, this is Matthew. So we got Matthew, David, and Nicholas on trial. So this is David right here in that blue. If y'all can see him right there, he the second photo, because when I touch it, they kind of move it. So that's going to be David. Then we got Matthew right here, and then we got Nicholas. Now let me go back to the courtroom feed so we can point them out, so we can really have an idea of what we're looking at when we're talking about these people. What is these? Okay, so I'm gonna share this tab so y'all,
Cause serious
as we
physical
point them
injury to
out.
this man.
In the end, I'm gonna give you the description of what each party is accused of
Ladies
doing as we point them out, so we can kind of like keep a visual on what we got going here. Why are they not showing them? Okay, wait a minute. Here, this may be a good. Okay.
Kiefer.
Okay. Okay, this is Matthew right here, y'all. This is Matthew. Don't get it confused with Maddie. He's not allowed. He's not entitled to be called Maddie. This is Matthew, guys. Just so everybody know, on the same page. Redhead, wears glasses. That is Matthew. Matthew's involvement, just so everybody's aware, he's the one that shackled Brooks, his feet, and put his hands near Brooks' neck while pushing him down onto the table where the other guards were beating him and choking him out. That's what the video shows his involvement. Right here, y'all. This guy. Okay. Matthews charges, just so y'all aware. Because it's one that's not charged with not facing life. One of them is only facing 15 to 20 years. So just so y'all know. Let me see. I'm trying to do it where I don't have to pull up too many different. Y'all know I got about 1,000,001 things up. Okay, so that's Matthew. And I'll get his charges. Let me get his charges so y'all we can know exactly what he being charged with. I couldn't figure out which way I wanted to do this when we were watching the video. And it took me so long to try to figure out who the guy was that was like choking him. Cause I was like, well, it's a couple of them over here choking him, but gosh, who is this guy over here choking him? And then I figured it out. Because I would have liked to have their charges with them. Because I want to know. Because I know it's one of them that does not. One of them was only 12 to 15 years. And they asked him to take a plea deal. He didn't take it. So I'm thinking it may be him, but I'll find out. I won't hold us on that note. Okay, so let's go to our next person that we need to make sure that we have eyes on and that we understand exactly who we're talking about and what their involvement was. We already went over our big guy over there. So next we have, let's go into David. Now, David is, and I'm just looking at the photos that we have up here. That's kind of hard. I'm thinking this is David. No, I don't know. No, maybe not. I'm looking at this little, you know, the one where it had all like 12 of their photos. Or maybe this is Nicholas. This is maybe Nicholas right here. This may be Nicholas. I wish when the attorneys came up, I didn't pay enough attention when they was coming up because I didn't want to hear nothing about what they had to say. So I'll let y'all know that I didn't listen to most of what I listened to the prosecution opening statement, but I definitely didn't listen to anybody else's. Okay, this right here, this guy right here. Yeah, I think that has to be him. I think that gotta be Nicholas. Nicholas, and yeah. I know who this one is already because, you know, you can't change the color of your hair unless you dyed. So I know who he is because I can see his hair in his old picture in the video. So I know that that's Matthew. I mean, to be honest with y'all, David and Nicholas, they both big as hell. So I, yeah, I don't know. Hey, Josh Shamrock, good morning. Look. Hey, I don't know. Okay. So now let's talk about these dweebs. I'm gonna try to call them dweebs. I like to call people dweebs sometimes, so we'll go with that today. And I might get a couple motherfuckers up in here because depending on what I'm talking about with these people as we're reading this, because remember, I'm gonna be reading the blog that freelance he posted as because he's actually covering the trial live, something like with Diddy. And I have not read any other information in there, is what I would like to give y'all for a disclaimer. But as we're going through reading it, it'll be my first time reading it. So I can't, my emotion is going to be very raw. It's going to be live. Like, so that's why I said y'all going to have to excuse me because it's just going to be probably me reading and yeah. Yeah. So there we go there. So we'll start off here. I'll let you guys know before we go into everything in regards to the update. There are 7 men on the jury. There are 9 women. From my understanding, none of them are African American. Okay. But I don't think that's really an issue that we all have, right? You know, with this case. Yeah, Justin Rock. I was like, yeah, I'm turning off the ads. I'm just going, this is not an ad-friendly content. This is not an ad-friendly channel or thing today, okay? So Gallagher, so Keffler. So this is the, you know, maybe it's him because see, he pepper sprayed Brooks before beating him to blind him. So he pepper sprayed him. This guy right here. He pepper sprayed him. So this is Nicholas, y'all, because it said Nicholas. So now I know that that's Nicholas, right? And what did we say the other one's name is? I don't know. Yeah, we'll call them the three stooges. Drunky, all I know is that it's 7 men, 9 women, and they don't have any African Americans on there. I think they said that one of them is like maybe looks like they may be Asian or something to that fact. But just 7 men, 9 women, and I definitely know that there's no African American. I believe that. Yeah, that's what I seen. So he's the one that pepper sprayed him, and he failed to stop his fellow officers from unaliving Brooks. Now, the video shows that one point that this goofball, after he had pepper sprayed Brooks, he came back in the room like, "Hey, what y'all doing? Y'all not supposed to be doing that much. We only supposed to be doing a little bit here, not all of this." But he didn't stop anything. So they said that you can see him actually kind of communicating it. And the sergeant told him, look, dog, this is what we do here. This is how we get down. We got to initiate them in. We got to jump them in. You know the rules. We did this a couple times, homie. So you pepper sprayed them. We about to finish off what we did, right? But this guy, he didn't stop them. So as y'all all know, that the video was recovered and it didn't have any sound. The other thing is that they didn't know that their videos, the way they system work at this correction office facility, is that it had a backup. So they had a way they cut on the cameras even when the officers didn't know that the cameras were being cut on, and that's how they got the video footage. Nobody's thing came on accidentally. This was just some fail-safe plan that they had that they were not aware of. So how long they had it into play, I don't know, because as we will learn as we going through some of the blogs and some of the things that I have heard, that this is not the first incident. This was something that they did, and that's why they contacting them and calling them a gang. Yeah, the 13th. Yeah, I know that they had, but they're not on the jury. Yeah, I seen that in the notes. But yeah, no, none on the jury. So let's see here. So the defense is trying to say if anybody's guilty, y'all see this. If anybody's saying that anyone is guilty, he argued it was the nurses. So they're gonna blame it on medical staff. They didn't provide medical care for the period of time he claimed, right? They didn't do anything. So I guess that's what they're trying to say. So what they're saying is that the video shows that those nurses that was out there smiling and giggling and thinking it was all a good time that we seen, like peeping through the doors, I guess they were told to stay out of there. So they was told to stay out of there, so they had to leave. But I don't know why even if they couldn't come in there, why they couldn't ask anybody else. So now this part is just talking about the other people's charges. Okay, so this is David, y'all. Okay, here we go. I went through all that stuff and they was gonna show us who they were anyway. So this is David. Now we know David Kingsley. He is the one that wants to this the big ass motherfucker. 6'2", 320 pounds. God. I mean, you see what they got here? Ragdoll. I don't know if they charge the doctors and the nurses, to be honest, but one of the nurses was watching and he was smiling and laughing like this is just normal stuff for them. This is what they do. This is how you get down when you go to Marcy. Yeah, I don't know what I call them. I don't know. I'll probably talk it. I don't know. OnlyFans. You gonna have to rewind because I have no clue. Because I will call them all types of names and won't remember. My mouth may have a little diarrhea today. I might be talking out the side of my neck. Yeah, I gave total disclaimer today. He must have missed my disclaimer, Marilda. For this stream part. Whenever we doing this, total disclaimer. Okay, so let's get into, so we watched the opening statements, right? So let's get into some of this testimony. I'm gonna read some of this testimony that came in. So we got our jury makeup, 12 jurors, 7 men, 9 women, no African Americans. They was put off the jury for what the fuck ever reason. I have no clue. Not gonna worry about it. Whatever. I don't think that anything far as race, or I don't think they necessarily got to have anybody African American. I mean, the evidence stands for itself, but we'll see. Because I don't think it should make a difference at all. Okay, so the first person that they had up to stand was Christopher. He's the assistant commissioner with the State Department of Corrections, right? So this was the first witness on Tuesday afternoon. Remember, this is last Tuesday. They are going into day 6 tomorrow, but I wanted to catch us up and make sure that we knew exactly what was going on in that courtroom. And I will do daily updates for us in the evening. I'll do a short little live after everything is posted from the freelance, right? So Christopher, his responsibilities is that he the boss of internal affairs, which, you know, they call themselves the special investigation unit, and they investigate all the, you know, unalivings or whatever the case may be. He says that they opened up an investigation in regards to the Brooks killing. He was responsible. He was responsible. He said that he discovered the body cam footage, right? That's the body cam footage that we've been looking, but there is no audio of the events. As long as the camera was turned on, and even if the camera itself was not activated. He also testified that before Brooks unaliving, neither he nor the DOCCS officers knew the cameras came with a video recall capability. Now, because the recall feature was in effect in secret, the defendants were not aware that their body cameras recorded them unaliving Brooks. So they thought they was getting off scot-free, basically, is what we're saying. So he was mentioning, you know, in regards to the chokeholds that were, you know, they were very unreasonable. Unless deadly force was justified, and there was no reason. And this is their commissioner talking, right? In their special investigations unit, he's testifying. He's the first person. He's telling you that this was not justified. This was not a deadly threat. I mean, we're talking about he is handcuffed. Like, that is not what they are supposed to be doing. So none of the defendants' lawyers alleged that Brooks was using or threatening to use deadly force against anyone or trying to escape. So the defendants is not even trying to say that he was threatening them, or I don't even understand. That's what I'm saying. This was just a initiation into the Marcy Correctional Facility. That's all this was, because this seemed like this is something that they do, and that you didn't have to be doing anything wrong. This is just something that they do there. And so they saying, and so the officer of their special investigation saying, hey, look here. If you elect to do a chokehold, then you elected to use deadly force. Like, I'm not copping to this stuff that they did. What they did was totally wrong. I ain't got nothing to do with it. They were in the wrong. I ain't even trying to spend this for nobody. If they need to spend for somebody, they have to find somebody else to spend it for them, because they elected to do this. Okay. So that is after they picked the jury, and that's on Tuesday. So he was the only person that testified, but then he has to come back the next day. So let me get to that for us. And my phone ringing. So we back. Here we go. Day 3. Let me get this up here. So we back day 3. Remember, this moved pretty fast, guys. I will say that much because this happened on December the 9th, 2024. So this is, we had trial 10 months later. I can appreciate that part. Like, it's not something 2-3 years. It's not that a whole bunch of people had to go out and protest. It's none of that stuff, right? At least from what I can tell here. 10 months for a turnaround, I think that's pretty reasonable. Okay. So outside of the jury's presence, they had to bring back Christopher. He's the deputy commissioner that just testified, that we went over some of his testimony. He testified that Robert Brooks did not have any infractions, right? In truth, Fitzpatrick's told the judge, and just so y'all know, Fitzpatrick William, he is the special prosecutor in this case. Our judge, his name is Robert Bauer. Now, Brooks did have one misbehavior report for not reporting to a program. So I guess because when they asked, not to say that this has anything to do with anything, when they asked our guy, our DOCC, Christopher, yesterday when he was on the stand, when we went over that testimony, they asked him if Mr. Brooks had any infractions, and I guess he said that he didn't, but in all actuality, he did. Neither here nor there. They just wanted to bring him back on the stand so he can clarify. Okay. So David, that is Kiefer's attorney, and his cross-examination of the commissioner. He wanted to talk about how his guy rose through the ranks and become this commissioner, and he was a correction officer. He attempted to try to undermine the credibility by implying he testified differently at the grand jury than what he testified that day, and was notified when Mr. Brooks was confirmed deceased. So probably just playing off on words and kind of crap with that one and trying to discredit him. How good is the prosecutor's record? I don't know, Tanya. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So now we go on to, let's see. So he was attacking his credibility. I don't think that worked. They're saying there was no difference between Jared Woodfork, one of Fitzpatrick's assistant special prosecutors. He ended up objecting, but he used the wrong objection. Oh my gosh. He objected on the basis that the witness did not ask for a transcript of his grand jury testimony to refresh his recollection, instead simply stating there is no inconsistency. Rules of evidence do not allow a lawyer to use a witness' prior statements to impeach them if they are consistent. So the judge, the special prosecutor, they objected to something in regards to that, I guess, but he used the wrong objection. Oh boy, y'all better get that shit together up in there. Here we go with some goofy stuff. They interacting goofies. Barbara, he was in prison because he stabbed his girlfriend, so he was doing 12 years. Okay, so then the defense attorney decides that, hey, since I can't get it out of you that way, I'm just gonna ask you a series of hypotheticals about how y'all do y'all policies and different fours. The prosecution team objected, like, you can't be asking this man all these hypotheticals. Like, we ain't got time. We need to know what happened for real. You talking about some hypothetical situations. No, let's talk about this shit here. Let's talk about this. They objected. The judge said, no, he can do all this hypothetical. So basically what he doing is muddying the waters for the jury, saying all this hypothetical stuff that didn't have nothing to do with nothing in regards to what we are discussing today. That the defendants did not, their defendants' use of force against Mr. Brooks was not justified. But the judge let that mess come on in. Okay. Now, since he allowed it, what the prosecution had to do on redirect is with the defendants, the attorneys, when they did that cross-examination, they had to reinforce, right? Even though all of these rules are in place, that the use of lethal force is only justified if a prisoner is using or threatening to use lethal force or trying to escape. And that's not what Mr. Brooks was trying to do. And so we don't have any evidence in regards to that. So regardless of the fact of what they're trying to say, when the defense attorneys got up there trying to put all these hypotheticals and these woulda, coulda, shouldas in the jury's mind, that's not the case, because he was not trying to escape. He was not threatening them. He was not harming them. And he was not using deadly force. Okay. So miss us with that. That's what they basically told them when they came back on redirect. So that's that part. So I guess they eventually let him off the stand because we're moving on to witness number 2. Yeah, he only had 1 year left on his sentence. You're absolutely right. 1 year. I don't know, Judge Shamrock. I know the shout out to the 13th juror. He sent me over the thread for the freelance that's currently blogging it. And that's how I got the information in order to be able to look into it, to discuss it with you guys and read over the actual, not, I won't say his is it's a blog. So I don't know if you want to call it minute by minute, but it kind of recaptures enough information in order for me to kind of understand what's going on in the case. Okay, so the next Kevin, which is Gallagher's lawyer, is questioning our commissioner now, the DOCC's training commissioner, asking him like how the training goes, the duty to intervene to prevent other officers from using excessive force. So he's trying to get into, hey, what is the duty? What training is done for officers when they see their fellow officers beating somebody's ass? What should they do when they using lethal force and they should not be? Do y'all have a training class on that? How about that just come with being a person out here in these streets, and you know that if you see somebody doing something wrong, you should step up and say something, because if you don't step up and say something, then you're just as guilty as them. But I guess they need training there. So he's pointing out that the DOCC's yearly training update for officers on using force includes less than a minute long segment on the duty to intervene. And so, all right, cool. So he points out that it's so short because it's meant to be a bright line rule. Like, dumbasses, y'all should know this shit. Like, we shouldn't have to tell you this shit in train. Like, oh, now we gonna be for real. Yeah, y'all better not let me cut loose on here, because this is stupid. And I can see exactly what that officer probably was sitting under. Yeah, it's a 1 minute training, because we don't need that. If you got sworn in to duty to protect somebody, that you would sit up there and you don't know the rules on how to intervene or how to say something or do something. Yeah, Jason, I believe they are all locked up right now. I don't think I don't know. Don't quote me on that. I would have to check into it. Because like I said, I just found out about it on like Saturday. And I kind of listened to some of the stuff. So I'll just say I'm kind of like, yeah. Not say I'll say when I went through the police academy years ago, I don't remember them covering that at all. But you say these incidents is happening more and more in the last 5 to 10 years. Yeah, and Don, I wouldn't think that I would need to tell you that. And that's probably why they don't cover it like that. Like, I don't think it should be no long, drawn out say stuff. It should be just natural human things. Like, what kind of human being are you? You know, they have you do that. What's that called? The whistleblower. What happened to that? You know, each job give you the whistleblower. Like, come on. Yeah, well, that's very clear to common sense. But you talking about these people, Jason, they are supposed to be. It says you have the duty. I don't know what they hold little shindig. I ain't no police officer, so I don't know, but whatever. They have some stuff that they say a duty to protect and serve. Well, shit, if you're supposed to be a duty to protect and serve, you see something happening wrong. But no, the reason why this did not happen in this circumstance, no matter how they try to spin it, no matter how they try to cut it, is because it's exactly what we thought it is. It is a game, right? This is a game that they're running in there. This is something that they always do, right? They just got caught. You want me? What you want? What you want to fight? You want to fight with me? I don't want to fight today, Jason. But here, I dropped the link. Jason must can't type fast enough. He must want to get at y'all. Because I know you don't want to fight with me. There your link. I know sometimes it gets hard to type in the chat when you're trying to get something off and say something. There you go. I don't have no problem with nobody coming up. You know me, I'm good. Okay, I'm about to add you to the stage. Okay, you on here. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I guess fine. Y'all let me out. I'm getting a cuss this morning and fuss and shit, damn, and motherfuckers and
Ooh,
wait
Christian
until the
chat is
bitch
all
come out.
over.
Huh?
Christian chat is over. No, I was just gonna say it's definitely not an argument. We are all me and you, Sweet Pea, and I believe most everybody in the chat, we are in agreement. I just think that when you said the last part about you have a duty, that one defense attorney, uh, he was saying, oh, there are sergeants in the room. Now, when you have people who are superior to you, I work in the oil and gas industry, and I go to places, and everybody they have this thing called stop work authority. So if you see something that's dangerous, that can get people injured or equipment damaged, you have the right to stop the work. Okay. Now, you know how often that gets used? It's talked about every day in my industry, but it never goes through. I've used it before, but I have this idea like, yeah, I don't care. But most people, it's like, hey, I don't want these people looking at me like this. Now, I've never been a correctional officer or part of law enforcement other than the military, but I do understand where peer pressure or you know having your upper chain of command, if you see all these guys, your sergeant lieutenants beating this dude up and you're like, hey, I need to stop because I took this oath, yeah, they're the right thing to do, but what about the rest of your career? What about your family's well-being as far as livelihood? You lose your job, or they find some reason. So I say all that to say that there is some intimidation, some fear in retaliation or retribution coming back towards you. So that's my only, absolutely these guys are wrong. And I think the video is very clear, but to make it like, oh, well, you took this oath and, why the heck, you wouldn't do it, follow through is like, yeah, you're right. But man, they call that thing a blue wall for a reason. And and the prosecutor's right. They are a gang, right? Like,
Mhm.
because if you tell, you know what I mean? Now you're gonna be the guy. All right,
Mhm.
Mr. Brooks, you gonna let free now, David or Matthew. Hop yourself up on here, and we about to shove this down your throat. We're gonna beat you up and hit you all. You know what I mean? So you should still stand up for right, but that's what happens in the world. Most people will just say it's not happening to me. I'm gonna look the other way.
Yeah,
That was
and that's fine. It still don't excuse it. It doesn't
hmm,
excuse it. Even if it's something where even when we're talking about the nurses that's sitting out there laughing, smiling, and giggling, even if everybody get kicked out of the room, like this could have been prevented if somebody. We talk about 20 motherfuckers in one room that don't nobody got an idea, a clue, or know how to do anything or say anything. Everybody is that worried. Like out of 20 people, we're not talking about me, you, and somebody else in the room and something happens. We talk about 20 people don't have common sense or the decency or the balls. How about the
there it
balls?
is. Yep,
20 people to go
yep,
say something to save somebody's life. Like we only, it pisses me off because we only get one of these motherfuckers. And for somebody to take it away for some bulls crap, it really burns my soul. And so we got 20 people that I feel like there are like, no, all 20 of y'all, like they sitting there smiling. Like, who
yeah. To
does
me,
that?
it's the culture that I blame every one of these because they're all grown individuals. To me, everybody is responsible for your own actions.
Mm-hmm.
I think Zach made a comment, you know, going back to my past a little bit, you know what I mean? Like I was involved in like gang activity when I was younger, right? And
Mm-hmm.
there are things, that you got to do, that I probably would not normally do if it was
Mm-hmm.
just me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm a tough dude and I have my own brain and I think the way I want to think, but it's that group mentality where it's like, hey, we're jumping on this dude. Now this dude ain't do nothing to us, but everybody else, 17 dudes is jumping on him. And now they're gonna turn and say, oh, either they're gonna clown you, oh, because you didn't do anything,
Mm-hmm.
or they're gonna retaliate against you. Oh, he's a liability and we need to take care of him too. So now it's again goes back to that self-preservation. Do I care that much about Mr. Brooks? No, right? Like I'm gonna handle that for Miss, as my sergeant is saying, because I don't want it to come to me, or in the correctional um officer world, right? You're there, it may be 10 COs, 1,500 inmates. You don't help them with this situation here. And I hate
Mm-hmm.
saying situation, that was a capital M. But if you don't help us with this, now when you back there with these dudes, we ain't helping you. Now you forcing me to now think about my livelihood, my life, or going back home to my wife and my children. Again, not excusing it. I'm not. I'm just saying that I think to me, how you fix this problem is not hitting each individual with 22 years. I think they should all get life. I do. But I think something needs to happen deeper than just, firing and locking these guys up. Because to me, it sounds like this is a culture. This is something you guys are used to doing
Mm-hmm.
all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So whether you plug in Joe or David, Matthew, and Nick, and you put John, Joe, and Jim in there, the wheel is going to keep going because the culture is this way. So unless you fix that culture, break that down, and rebuild it, like, all right, this is what it is, and now you have sergeants, lieutenants, and everybody else saying, hey, this is not going to be tolerated, then that's when you see change, to me, in my opinion. But doing this,
Mhm.
the next Mr. Brooks is a year or two away from happening. You know what I mean?
Listen to that Pretty Brown talking about let her find her cup. Y'all doing the panel, let me find my cup. She's so silly.
I miss
You,
Pretty Brown.
and it's definitely deeper than just this issue right here. First of all, it's a lot of different issues when we come to that, because first of all, they got way too much power. Like, just period. Like, you believe the same way I believe, blah, blah, blah. But that's a whole, that's just way too much power. Like, and even when people say something, like just normal people that can be in these confinements or in the prison, it's like it's just overlooked. It's not believed. Nobody investigates. It's just it's always thrown up under something. And this is not just here. This is probably in probably 50% of any of the institutions where people are being done wrong in these places. But so it's a bigger, way bigger issue, and all people that go to prison, depending on what their crime is or whatever the case may be, they don't deserve to lose their life, or to be beat up on or any of that stuff while they're doing their time. Like, you have convicted them, no matter how much I might think they're the scum of the earth. I don't think, that, especially when we talk about people that are supposed to protect you in that way. But this was just something they did out here.
Okay, so let me ask you. You usually play devil's advocate,
Mm-hmm.
and in this situation, I do not want to play devil's advocate, but I'm going to change the scenario a little bit. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so Stephen Stearns, you remember him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now I think there's not, other than other people who engage in that kind of activity, there are not a lot of people on this planet that think Stephen Stearns is a good person. And so if you're a CO, and let me first start off by saying I think there's a difference between being a correctional officer and being a police officer. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So if my day to day, my 9 to 5 every day is going into a unit where there are Stephen Stearns and all these bad, the guy out in Georgia who dismembered and did
Mm-hmm.
all these things. You're every day for 10, 12 years. These are the people you see.
Mm-hmm.
I think partly it's a human thing to stop seeing them as human beings and see them as what their crimes are and
Mm-hmm.
or how they behave behind there. I've been arrested or been locked up, for a little bit, and I didn't do any of these kind of activities. But I mean, people would throw feces, other bodily fluids at you, and you're dealing with this on a constant basis every day. At some point, not that this needs to happen to Mr. Brooks again, totally wrong, but I think it's sort of, I don't want to say normal, but sort of something you can probably anticipate happening is you get desensitized. If we see, you know, shootings and unalivings happen on TV, you start to be numb to it. You know what I mean? So it doesn't grab you as if it was the first one. So I
Mm-hmm.
think after a certain amount of time, you stop seeing these people as individuals. You see them as less than. And when we follow the trials at Take It to Trial, we follow the cases up until they go to prison or get convicted, and then we are on to the next one. You know what I mean? We are on to the
We
next
are.
one. So as
We
a
are.
society, yeah, as a society, we start to like, that will happen. And, I remember when Daryl Brooks ended, it's like, okay, we'll never hear from this guy again. I had to really look back at myself for having that kind of thought. It's like, Jason, he's still a human. You know what I mean? Even though his crimes are atrocious, he's still a human. And if we have this mentality as a society, like, all right, they're behind bars, boom, we don't need to think about them no more. And it's like, how do you think the people who have to guard them every day think about them? You know what I mean? So if you have that kind of thinking, are we not going to see cases of Mr. Brooks happening?
Well, I think that even with guards having that type of thinking, first of all, my thing would be that maybe it's probably time for you to find a new job or try something different in the police system. I'm just saying.
Tell,
Or we need
tell
to
your
make
rent
sure
and
that there's a backup plan.
tell your
Huh?
rent and your mortgage and your light bills that, hey, you know what? I'm starting to think of this person as trash. So let me start, Mr. Rent, Mr. Mortgage, give me a couple months to find a new gig so I can pay you back.
No,
Now,
what I'm saying is that you have to like do some kind of mental health, maybe even, and I'm pretty sure they got these kind of jobs where they can go see a therapist, or I don't know. I think maybe you have to have somebody else in place or move people around. Um, because I can see where that can get very difficult, where you think everybody in here is a piece of shit.
mhm.
No matter what their crime is, that's what they are, and that's why they're here. And it could be something that is not as I don't want to say as serious, but nothing, where they did something just so, where they going on death row, or whatever the
Yeah,
case may be. I don't know.
yeah,
I
there are
think that's a
levels to it.
hard problem to solve. I think that if maybe the group separation in regards to, I don't know how prisons work. Like, do they have the hardcore over with the hardcore? Do they have, like the, mediocre people? I don't know how it goes, like how people are separated. And then I guess maybe that will determine, where they need to be. But, from all accounts, like even when we're just talking about the, this particular case, um, it's just hard for me. I don't care how desensitized these were, they were not desensitized. This was they shit. This was their thing
Yeah, yeah,
here.
no, because I mean,
So
again,
it
it's the
didn't matter
culture.
what you did or what you did not do. And I don't think that was anything about them being decent. It just sounded like this is something that they did when you came to Marcy. It's like almost going to Marcy Projects in New York. Like, this is what we do down here. You came to Marcy Institution.
But
This is how we get
but
down.
but my question is though, the prison, the facility didn't start that way, right? Yeah, it may be that way when Mr. Brooks came in there, but what I'm
Mhm.
saying is it didn't start this way. It's probably started as a rehabilitation center and everything else, but then after time, COs come in and out, they retire, whatever happens, right? 50, 60 years. Now, you got guys who've been in there. I'm talking about COs,
Mhm.
maybe 15, 20 years. Now I'm teaching this guy who just came in here, hey, this is how we do it. Because the guy who's been here 15, 20 years, I don't see them as humans. So now I'm teaching you, rookie, this is how you need to, you want to come in, hey, I want to reform this. All right, I got this gun ho attitude.
It's
And
got to be like training day.
yeah, but you got to get into this mode. You know what I mean? And then you
The guy in
trying to,
training day didn't.
hmm?
The guy in training day didn't.
Yeah, one, that's a movie. And two, they was trying to get Jake. You know what I mean? Jake was on.
They said shit. He wouldn't play those games. He
Yeah,
gonna be the one. He not about to be robbing and beating up people and unaliving people for you.
yeah.
You
But I
gotta have
mean,
more Jakes in the world.
But look, he tried to take Jake out, right? Now imagine if it was 5 Denzels in there trying to take Jake out. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. It had 15, I don't know how many officers was in there or COs was in that hospital with Mr. Brooks. But that's what I'm saying. This is a culture. This is what we do. Like you said, this is what we do here at Marcy, and you're here. So if I come, yeah, I think everybody in this chat would want to say, hey, I wouldn't let that happen. But now you're in that position, and you're sitting there, and I think the concern is if I try to stop this, what do we say about snitches in the real world? You know what I mean? Snitches get stitches. That's a term that we all know.
Absolutely.
My mama know how to say that. So if that's something real, what do you think it's like for these guys? And then you got to go to work, not just at your McDonald's, Walmart, not crapping on anybody that works at these places, but you go to somewhere that is where you may not make it home every day. You know what I mean? And the only people there to make sure is one or you, and then your colleagues, the same colleagues that you just saw beating a man, dang on to death. I mean, in this case, they did, but what do? You know what I mean? I don't think it's as simple as, hey, let me march in the warden's office. That guy, Bobby, Dave, Matthew, and Nick, they did it. You know what I mean? No,
Warden may
bro.
tell you to get on board. Should get
Yeah.
off the pot.
Or you gonna be in that infirmary, you know what I mean? And now your wife is sitting there wondering how now they all on trial for, capital Ming you. And so it takes, to me, like I said, for me, the answer is the whole system, not much, and the whole um that whole department needs a new cultural change. You know what I mean? So from the warden on down. Everybody's up out of here, and we're gonna start with people who have this kind of record. I wonder. Last question. I wonder if there was anything in those correctional officers' jacket to say that they have been violent before. You know what I mean? So what if they weren't? And this is their first time. To me, again, it's the culture, not trying to escape the accountability and responsibility. But
Mhm.
to me, this is what we're doing is putting on the scapegoats. You know what I mean? Like the officers are getting in trouble, rightfully so, but it doesn't. It's not going to stop the wheel from rolling down this hill.
Yeah, I think that I don't know about the officers' records, but it appears that we will have testimony from another officer who took a plea deal. He didn't have anything to do with this incident, but he definitely testifies that he had been working with them in regards to other incidents that these 3 that we do have on trial were involved with. So it sounds like this is just something that they've been doing that they have not been caught doing,
Of
unlike
course.
some people's records. But I think that I think the first thing is just the power dynamic that they have in these prisons. I
What do you
think
mean by that? What do you mean by that?
that they give correction officers, I think they give them people in that whole system, the way that works, a little too much authority, and they disregard a lot of what people say.
But how so? Like,
So,
what kind of authority do you mean? Because I don't think they
like,
do. I don't think they have enough. But go ahead.
yeah, I think that they give them too much authority, or maybe I'm looking for dismissive. So if I am an inmate and I'm at this prison and I come to somebody and I say this is happening to me, it should not be disregarded. And I think that because they are authority, that the wardens, those people that are in higher power, they feel like what you're saying could not be true because of your background or because of certain things, and then the buck stops. Like, you don't have a manager of a manager or a manager to get to. And if you do, you know what I'm saying? It just kind of, it takes too long. So maybe it's not so much authority, but they don't have a means and a way. I think that some good ways of trying to help systems like this is getting outside people that are not, you know, like community people that come in and they have like different community boards where they come in and actually it's a safe place for you know, like something like what you have with your with most jobs where they have, you can go talk to somebody, I forgot what the employee assistance program, a safe place, something outside of all of that that you can say confidential, you can say it, and and not just for the guards, but for the prisoners. And it be some action taken on it. If it has to go to the governor or somebody higher representative that doesn't have their foot in the ground and that nothing is going to, you know, so some things can happen to intervene, because I'm pretty sure it's plenty of prisoners, inmates that are seeing stuff that is happening to them and is not being addressed, right? And so then when they out here acting all buck wild and stuff, you know, who can blame them? Because nobody's listening.
But I agree. I agree with you, Sweet Pea. I absolutely do. I also see the other side though. So I want to say that I think that's partially true. Like those things happen where, hey, you know, I could tell you, you know, I'm locked up and I'm like, hey, let me talk to this person and I'm gonna make a grievance about the state of, you know, the living conditions within the prison. Okay. So let's say that person I just gave my grievance to is really like you. They want to make change. The process, Sweet Pea, I think is what you're missing. A lot of times, you know, these people have good intentions. The people you want to write to, you know, tell your grievances to. But because prisons are either privately run or federally, state-wise, governmentally run, the ball moves slow, right? So you want, you know, better HVAC system, right? Like there's like the last case would or the Daisy Links. They're putting bodily fluids in the air in the vent system. How much other stuff is up there, right?
That's
So
boom time.
if and now you're breathing this stuff, you know what I mean? Like all this stuff in the ventilation system, that's just one thing, right? So you make a complaint. How long does that take? 4 or 5 years before something actually happens. So things move very slow. And again, it's partially because of us as out in the free world. You know what I mean? Like, because again, once those doors close behind you, or once that gavel is down, we forget about them. We wash our hands as a society. So if some dude, Daryl Brooks, is writing the governor saying, hey, you know, the toilets don't work, you know, they got rats coming through. Are you really gonna go out your way to say, hey, um,
Let me
Daryl
accommodate
Brooks?
you.
Yeah, because again, you know, like the things that you've done, it's like, yeah, man, you lucky you got that. So it's not as easy as, hey, let me tell you my grievance, whoever you are, you know, Mr. Goodheart person or Mrs. Goodheart person. It's not as easy as that. It's all these other things, and then the chain of you know, the list on that priority. You know, like where does the ventilation fall in the list of priorities that need to happen? I was locked up
I
in
hope they
Rikers.
change the system.
I was locked up in Rikers. Rikers, the jail doors never closed, right? Like so now,
That's like over there on that island, right?
yeah, it's Rikers Island. I ain't trying to be funny. Yeah, it's the part. It's the New York. It's our county. Well, New York's county. New York City's county jail. So
It's on the island, right?
yeah, I mean, New Manhattan is an island. So saying it's on the island is like saying, you know,
Well, when they
like
say
I'm.
Rikers Island, it sounds like it's out there by itself, and you got to be shipped on a boat. And if you try to leave, you're gonna be in the water
Well, I mean,
because
there's
ain't
a
nothing bad. right?
Yeah,
Or no?
well, no, I mean, you can still, yeah, you're not shipped on a boat. So, but it is an island.
I thought
It
that was
is
when
an
you
island.
here
It's
by
like,
boat.
yeah, you're not shipped by boat. Like, you could
Like
get
that,
there.
you can't escape
But
that at all because you gonna be in the water.
I mean, yeah, no, you're not. But the point when I'm getting at is the doors didn't shut, right? Like most jails or prisons have a automatic door, and boom, and it locks. Like these didn't. None of them worked. So, now you in a jail
Mm.
where people can roam around at night. The guards are in
Oh
their
gosh, how do
bubble.
you sleep?
Exactly. You feel me? So now you making a grievance, but the whole jail is like this. So now, you know what, I don't know how much it costs to fix all these doors and get them all upgraded, but where's that on the list of priority? And that was I'm 42. So this happened, when I was uh 18, 19,
Mm.
and so very while it was a while ago, but now maybe they're fixed. You know what I mean? But this was in the 2000s. So, and they have a broken window that's going to get fixed, but that broken window is like 2 grand. Who's paying for it? Taxpayers are. And now you have to put this on a bill. Hey, we need to raise your taxes. Now the community's mad because they don't care about the criminals in there. You know what I mean? But this was a safety thing. People could be shanked at night. You know what I mean? Like it was hard to sleep unless you knew people in there. You know what I mean? And you were good. But if you weren't good, then now you sleeping with one eye, and that was a safety hazard. You think they stopped what they were doing to get those fixed in that year? Nah, man, come on. They got other things to worry about. So I just say that most prisons have problems. Funding problems. So where your grievances lie are going to be way down on that tier when it
Mm.
comes to what we need to get fixed. So you can write all day. You can write your congressman. You can write your senator and tell them all your problems while you locked up. Yeah, they're going to get there, but they're going to say, yeah, we hear it all the time. And which is why the inmates then act like fools. They act more like animals because this is how it goes, right? You complain. All right. You tell, hey, I don't want to be here because I feel unsafe and da 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 da. They throw you into a strip cell, a cell that's 40 degrees, steal everything, strip you butt naked, you know what I mean? And you there 23 hours a day there, you know what I mean? That's well, you want things to be better for you, right? Here you go. It's like, those are the answers because as a society, we kind of forget about the people behind bars. All right, I'm off my soapbox now.
You say you off your side. Oh no, you good. You good. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be more stuff that we get into when we go on into this case. Because remember, we not doing nothing, but we basically got all cops on trial
Mm-hmm.
this week. We doing this one and we doing one down there in San Antonio, Texas. We'll be getting into that one later after we do Donna's hearing. But
Yeah.
that's what we got a week of. The bad boys. Bad boys,
Mm.
bad boys. What you wanna do?
But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, I think that it's a lie, and I think that kind of like getting the people that don't really need to be in there out of there, and maybe some different type of services, and then that way we can kind of like condense these things. But
Mm-hmm.
they know exactly what they're doing when they do stuff like this. They do.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
believe it's all like a setup, but that's neither here nor there. That'll be a Zach and you panel because I know Zach wants to get into that, and he wants to get deep in there. And make sure, not deep pause,
Wow.
let me say, because
Hey,
I
yeah.
don't think he
Hey,
wants to
yo.
be deep in there. He doesn't want to get Zach, if you hear that, I know you don't want to go 10 toes deep.
Hey, yo.
Anything, pause, no diddy, whatever you want to say.
But yeah, no, and I think, like I said, that's why my original, going back to what me and Zach talked about, I don't feel like prison is for everyone, right? Because again, you have overpopulation and, it just stems. So a guy who is using, marijuana or selling marijuana, to me, that ain't the place, to send them right now. violent criminals. Okay, now I don't know. Again, what happened? I think Barbara made a comment, and you clarified it because she was asking, what did Mr. Brooks get arrested for? And it was, poking at his wife or girlfriend. So, to me, that's sort of violent, bro. So, he doesn't deserve the outcome that he got. But yeah, I think he was where he was supposed to be. But if it was, you heard about what's that? Freddie Gray out in Baltimore. This was years back. Sweepy. Uh-oh.
I mean, but no, it
Oh.
doesn't ring a bell to Freddie Gray one. I mean, it rings a bell to Freddie, but I just don't remember.
No, I
I
was just
can't.
asking because the real quick synopsis of it was Freddie Gray he was out in Baltimore. I can't remember what he got arrested for, but they in Baltimore had this thing called a rough ride, right? Like they lock you up, they pull up the paddy wagon, and they throw you back there, and then they, beat you up. He was unalive in that way, okay? But this was before he made it to bookings, the county jail, any of that. So he was still in the custody of Baltimore Police Department. You know what I mean? So
Mm,
those are two different things. That's why I was saying to you before about the power structure. So police and corrections officers, they're two different things. So, but they gave him what they called a rough ride. And I can't remember how many officers, and I think they can't remember the outcome. This was some years ago, but I think they were found guilty. I know there was definitely a civil suit, but yeah, these things, like I said, they happen, and the only way, you have to fix the structure again, the culture of it. So
mhm.
police captains were fired and everything else. You had to start over. Same thing in Camden, New Jersey. Camden, New Jersey defunded the whole police department to rebuild the structure on it and create a different culture. And now I can't remember how long Camden, New Jersey went without a police department. It was like at least a year. And then they came, and now things are getting better because you start.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
wow.
some stuff, yeah. But these things happen. And again, I look at it, you gotta fix the structure. You can't build over your house is rotted out and you just put new windows in there. Your problem
Yeah,
is still there, bro. You're gonna have the same
right.
problems. So but thank you, Sweet Pea, for indulging me.
Oh no, you fine. Anytime you want to come up here, this floor is always open. That's for anybody that want to come up here and say anything
Yeah.
about anything. I guess anything about anything, but not too many things. But whatever. Y'all know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. Mm,
All right, sweet. I'm out. I'm gonna go back in
all
the
right,
comments.
thank you, Jason.
No doubt.
Let me see. I'm up here drinking this water, and y'all know that's one thing that y'all will notice about me is that if I'm drinking water and coffee, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, I gotta go to the restroom. So wait a minute. While I'm going to the restroom, before I go back into all my other ranting and my raving. Wait a minute. This is one of the guys that took a plea deal. Let me share it with y'all. I'm gonna share this with y'all. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
Charged in the beating death of Robert Brooks at Marcy Correctional last December, is now off to prison. Christopher Walworth in Oneida County Court today to learn his sentence. News Channel 9's Jeremy Skiba takes us inside the emotional courtroom.
Christopher Walrath was the first of the former Marcy Correction officers to plead guilty in the beating death of Robert Brooks back in May. Now he's the first former guard to face prison time.
Defendant is hereby sentenced
to a determinate sentence of 15 years in state prison. That is along with 5 years of post-release supervision.
The special prosecutor, Onondaga County District Attorney Bill Fitzpatrick, said he was willing to dismiss a murder charge because he said, quote, "I don't believe Walrath's blows were independently fatal."
I wanted to get to the why. What did Robert do to provoke this? 8 months later and hundreds of investigative hours later, I can answer that question as to what Robert Brooks did to provoke his death. Absolutely nothing.
Before Walrath heard his sentence, he in the courtroom heard from Robert Brooks Jr.
I want you to imagine watching someone beating your own father helpless, restrained, bloody. I want you to imagine watching your own father be hit with the 50 boot or being dragged by his neck.
Brooks Jr. says he was awaiting his father's release, which was supposed to be next July.
You took that away from us. Although I can never forgive you, I respect that you admitted what you did and accept the responsibility. And I hope that others have the courage to do the same. That goes beyond what happens in any courtroom.
Brooks Jr. ending on a reminder that Walrath is now part of the state prison system.
You are no longer acting within the system. Now, your life is at the mercy of it. And I pray for your family who's going to have to spend the next 15 years worrying about you, just like all New Yorkers with incarcerated loved ones must do.
Judge Robert Bauer asked Walrath if he wanted to say anything, and Walrath declined. In Utica, Jeremy Skiba, News Channel 9.
4 more corrections officers are due in court next week for a series of suppression of evidence hearings. Nicholas Anzalone, Anthony Farina, charged with second-degree murder. Michael Fisher, David Walters face first-degree manslaughter charges.
4 parts. The first one was the cross-examination.
Okay. This the guy, he on trial right now.
But it's actually
Okay, I'm back. As you can see. Okay, so let's get back into this. Only because I want to keep us on we're gonna stay on a little bit of our schedule today. As much as we can. Because we gotta go head over here and see what Mama Gotti got going on today. And see if Harvey gonna cry for her. Maybe he'll do a Jodeci move. But we'll see. Okay, so we left off where we have the DOCC's the lead person. He's the person that investigates everything. He's the one that found the camera. So he's on cross-examination. Remember, Kevin's attorney tried to bring out information in regards to their training for use of force, and also try to point out that the system does not have anything in place for people to intervene. It was just like a 1-minute video in each training class. So now Luke, who is David Kingsley's lawyer, is questioning the same DOCC officer about the general threat environment at the prison, right? So he started asking him about shanks and where they're hidden. So he wanted to know where do they be hiding their shanks? You know, to I guess gives them some type of excuse to be searching Mr. Brooks. He was also asking about different types of drugs that were in the prison, you know. And of course they got all the drugs on here. They even got WAPS spray. They use bug spray as a drug in prison. WAPS spray. Interesting. I don't know about that one. Okay. So that afternoon, it says an extraordinary scene unfolded at the start of the afternoon session, guys. State police investigator Sarah, she took the stand and she testified that she was assigned to capture parts of Marcy's correction facility where Brooks was unalive, including the room, right, where he was beaten for the third time. And wait a minute. I know this can't be what I'm thinking it's saying. It's saying that Sarah came in, she testified that she was assigned to capture parts of the correctional facility where Brooks was redrummed, including the room, the infirmary, where he was beaten for a third time and finally unalive. So this was the third time he was in this room getting beat up. Investigator Sarah said she shot a video starting outside of the prison and walked inside, passing through several gates in the process. Once inside, she walked along the inner road where Brooks was walked. He was beaten and finally carried unconscious into the infirmary. So inside this infirmary, she says she tracked Brooks' path through the lobby to the emergency room. So he was just, they was beating him outside, beating him inside, beating him in the infirmary, like he was being beat up and beat up and beat up some more. Now, this is the investigator who went out and she was assigned to capture these parts, right? So she's bringing this documentation in. So the video did not have sound on the screen. It was aimed at the gallery. So the spectator, so the jury was able to see, and the lawyers were able to see Robert Brooks Jr. He sat on the first bench in the public gallery. That's the son that we just seen. So he was just mentioning that the son is there in the gallery, and he's staring at the place that his dad was unalive. They say that Robert Brooks Jr., the son, he is sitting behind the accused men that are accused of unaliving his father. On the bench next to Brooks is Kingsley's wife, and she over there with emotional dog support. All three were bound by grief and what? So I guess why this video is being played, right, guys? And the jury is seeing this video then walk through. The freelance had put in his blog, he says, Robert Brooks Jr., this is his son, right? He sat on the first bench in the public gallery, staring at the place where his father was unalive. The son, he's sitting behind the men that are accused of unaliving his father, David Kingsley. On the bench next to the son, Kingsley's wife sat there with their emotional support dog. All three were bound by grief and death. So it sounds like they all on the thing. They all on the bench together. Wow. Everyone in the courtroom was stone silent while the video played. The only thing anyone could hear were the tears that fell from within the sound of Mr. Brooks' cheeks. Oh my goodness. They saying the whole courtroom was silent, y'all. Wow. So, so before being transferred to Marcy on that evening of December 9th, 2024, Mr. Brooks was incarcerated at the Mohawk Correctional Facility. Pamela Jennings, a nurse at Mohawk, testified she treated Brooks for a head injury on December the 7th. She said he told me that he was struck with a fist and he thought there was a lock in the fist. So he had an incident on December the 7th. He was seen at Mohawk Correctional Facility, and the nurse that treated him, her name was Pamela, and he said that he had been hit with a fist, but he believes that the person had a lock or something in their hand. He had bruising and swelling on the right side of his face, mostly around his eye, she testified to. She thought it was possible a bone around his eye had been broken because when he moved, he said he felt pain on his left side. And she said that her concern was he had a fracture to the orbit of his right eye. Now, this is before he's transferred to Marcy. So just so y'all can follow along with me, okay? Still, she said Brooke was calm. He was cooperative and was also alert and oriented. He was able to walk independently and talk. Jenny said that she thought that Brooks might have suffered a head injury because he had a headache and he felt nauseous. Symptoms of a head injury. While Brooks was in the infirmary, his pulse dropped from 92 to 55. Jenny said Brooks was taken by ambulance to Wynn Hospital in Utica. Okay, so when his pulse dropped from 92 to 55, the nurse said that he was taken by ambulance from Wynn Hospital to Utica. Let me see. Let me make sure we still on the thing. Okay. So now this is the nurse that Pamela Jennings is the nurse at Mohawk, right? Just so y'all can follow it along. And this is before he was transported to Marcy. And this happened on December 7th. Okay. Y'all got it? We good? Y'all following along? Okay. Okay. At 3:16 p.m., we have Sergeant David. Now, he is from Mohawk. So he's at the other prison, right? The prison that Mr. Brooks was originally moved from. He was the prosecution team's last witness of the day, and he took the stand proudly. He was dressed in his blue uniform. His testimony was as crisp as his uniform. I can't make this up. This is what he said. Y'all think I be playing? Look, golly, he was in this blue wall, boy. He was proud up in that joint. Look at this. I can't make this up. He put it here, so he must have been looking like this because he blogged the entire thing. Shout out to the freelance. He said, Sergeant David, he was the last witness for the prosecution that day, and he took the stand, and he was proudly dressed in that blue uniform. He said his testimony was as crisp as that uniform. Boy, I can't do nothing with that, boy. I can't do nothing with that one. He took it away from me because he sure put it on the table. He said, as crisp as that uniform. And his C. Y'all know C. Professionalism. Someone who does his job right. Shit. Either I'm going to do my job or I ain't going to do it at all. And if everything falls apart in this world, he will still show up and do his damn job. He don't know what y'all talking about. He said, because that's what real men do. I can't make this up. This is what he put in the thing. So I'm assuming that if this came out and he wanted to blog this baby, it must have meant that this man, his presence was real up in that courtroom. I don't know why they think they blocking my comments. I'm trying to put it up in here. They blocking it. Okay, so David, remember, he's our Sergeant David. He's from Mohawk, right? He's the one. He's in his crisp. He's in his blue. He is professionalism, and boy, oh boy, y'all better know he is a whistleblower, and he telling it all. Now, so he stated that he talked to Mr. Brooks about 8:00 a.m. on December the 9th at Mohawk after he was assaulted in the dormitory. It's a housing unit there. He said he turned his body camera on and recorded the interaction with Mr. Brooks. Brooks was very calm and he was not threatening. He complied with the sergeant's orders, even when the sergeant ordered him to put his hands on the wall to submit to a pat frisk. Like, he was very cooperative. Brooks also complies when he's handcuffed and, you know, he got his hands behind his back. And he's driven in the van with the sergeant and another guard to infirmary for examination, right? So he was very cooperative, no problem, no harm, no foul. The pat frisk revealed a combination lock and one sock in Brooks' pants pocket, one on the side, the other on the other side. So he had a sock and he also had a lock in his pocket. So Mr. Brooks had a sock and he had a lock in his pocket. Now, that combined together, DOCCS would have considered it a weapon. So they're saying Mr. Brooks had a sock and a lock on him. Okay. He took it as he had it for protection. So Mr. Brooks said he had it for protection because he was assaulted 2 days before that. Mr. Brooks told the sergeant he was assaulted on December 7th. Because of the assault, prison officials transferred him to another housing unit in Mohawk, where he was assaulted again. Someone attacked me while I was asleep. I guess they don't have to lock doors, like Jason said. No lock doors. That's Friday. Okay. So no lock doors in any of these facilities. So he said he was scared that somebody was going to attack him while he was asleep. Brooks told the sergeant, yeah, it happened about 5 a.m. Someone attacked me. Okay, so the Brooks then told the sergeant his attacker belonged to a gang and told him that he would need to leave the housing unit. So the reason why he's getting prepared to be transferred over is because he has been attacked and been in fights at the Mohawk facility in the last 2 days, and allegedly by gang members. So they're saying that's why they are transferring him to a different housing unit, right? He was trying to run down the dorm, Brooks said. Okay, so the sergeant said a confidential source had heard it was over drugs that Brooks might have lost. So I guess they got a drug operation in the jail. The kingpin was mad at Mr. Brooks, so they was beating up on Mr. Brooks the last couple of days, and Mr. Brooks was like, shoot, I got to get out of here. Like, I can't do this here. So the sergeant said it appeared as though Brooks hadn't showered in a few days. Like, he didn't go to the shower because he did not want to drop the soap, and all types of things happen. TMI, just my thing. Don't pay me no attention. So he hadn't showered in a couple of days because he was scared if he go in the shower, he might slip and fall. And you know what they say, it'd be all types of stuff going in the prison showers, but I ain't gonna go there with y'all. I'm just telling y'all what I heard because I ain't never been in one, but I done heard some things about it. And yeah, okay. All right, next. Let's do it. He added that Brooks told him that he was getting on a plane to fly to Puerto Rico at noon on December 9th. He gave me a specific time and location, the sergeant said. The sergeant said he referred him to a mental health evaluation. Like, what you mean you getting on the plane and you gonna be driving, you ain't going to Puerto Rico? What you mean you are locked up, sir? You must have some mental, you must have some mental health stuff going on. So the sergeant was like, after he heard him talking that stuff about getting on the plane, when he clearly know he locked up, he said that he decided to refer Mr. Brooks for a mental health evaluation. Instead, he was transferred to Marcy, where he was unalived by the guards. Y'all following along? Do I need to go back on anything? Y'all got it? Look, y'all. I got strawberries. I'm trying to be good today. I got strawberries, I got water, I got a banana, I got some grapes that I just ate. I'm trying to be real good. I'm trying not to eat my yogurt with okay, y'all got it? Okay, good. So where we at, y'all? So now we on our way to Marcy, right? So we understand from the testimony that we get from the sergeant that's in this Chris Blue, Sergeant David. He said Brooks was hurt twice. You say you want to go get a hamburger. That sounds like a good time too, SD. Don't threaten me with a good time, boo. Don't threaten me with a good time. Okay, so this is going to be the end of our day 3 recap. Let's go to our next day, day 4. So day 4, we're going to start off with testimony from the doctor that came on the stand, guys. Okay. So day 4 of the redrum trial for three of the guards charged with unaliving Robert Brooks. The starting testimony is from a doctor who treated him after he was assaulted by the prisoners at the Mohawk Correctional Facility before he was transferred over to Marcy. So this is before he arrives at Marcy. They're just speaking to another doctor who treated him on December the 9th, right? Where he was unalive and by in less than an hour after he got there. So he wasn't even there an hour before they took him out. Okay, so Dr. Andrea Martin was working at Wynn Hospital when Brooks was transported by ambulance from Mohawk on December 7, 2024. He reported that he was hit with a combination lock and he was knocked out unconscious. At the time of her examination, Brooks told Dr. Martin he said that he was feeling nauseous and he did have a headache. His blood pressure and his pulse had returned to normal from the lows testified by a prison nurse who treated him prior to him being taken in the ambulance to Wynn. Okay. So what it sounds like is, I think the reason why these officers is trying to blame it on the doctors and nurses because they trying to say he passed away from his injuries from December 7th, y'all. Are y'all following this? Are y'all getting this? Are y'all understanding what's going on here and how they trying to put this down? So Dr. Martin had ordered a CT scan for head injuries. Martin said the test revealed no acute findings. Brooks had no broken bones, no fractures, and no brain bleed. Okay. She also testified that Brooks was pleasant, respectful, awake, alert, oriented, combined with Brooks' non-threatening demeanor at Mohawk. So she testified, and this was the testimony that all the nurses and the professionals from Mohawk have provided. They said that he was never threatening. He was never harmed. He didn't do any of those things, right? Okay. Next, we move on to our next witness. So, in the defense, that's their main thing. They're trying to say that Mr. Brooks was threatening, right? And that's why they had to use the force that they used, right? But now we have all these doctors. We have the CO, our guy, Sergeant David, dressed in his blue, cleaned in the mofo up in there. Boy, I bet you he was clean, boy. Oh, I like to be in a uniform. Why couldn't they let us up in there? Oh, I bet you he was clean to the mud. Sergeant, he said, shoot, I'll tell it all. I'll tell on all these people. I'll tell on everybody. I don't care what happened up in this world. I'm going to do my job and I'm going to do it right. Pop your collar up in here. So, even he testified that David, that Mr. Brooks was good. Like, he wasn't doing anything to anybody. All right, so now 10:45, we got Michael Peacock, who was a prisoner at Mohawk with Robert Brooks. He also was called to testify. He's still in state custody, like he's still in jail and stuff, but they said, come on in here, homie. Come talk to us about this. He was brought into court. He had on his green prison uniform. Okay, so we know that Mohawk, their color is green. He was handcuffed, waist chain, black box with leg irons, restrained at his ankles. Oh, gosh, boy, they had him all the way sewed up. Sheesh. Okay, y'all, I got my alert on for Donna's trial. Y'all make sure if y'all see anything come through and I'm talking and running my mouth, y'all let me know so we can go into our other room. Yeah, I think YouTube out here playing games. Hey, Cynthia. Hey, SD. Yeah, Cynthia. This trial's going on today. We gonna see Donna go get her sentencing, and then we going into our other cop trial later on today. Florida don't play. Florida said all y'all can get it. We don't care. Columbus Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, all of y'all can get it. All of y'all can get it today. Everybody got it coming. We don't care what day it is. It depending on what time, right? So it's hard to believe that the judge is even allowing court officers to require Peacock, the guy, Michael, to be shackled in such a way. I guess the way they brought this guy in shackled, it is ridiculous. They said this prisoner was brought in from Mohawk. Y'all, he is in a green prison uniform. He is handcuffed. He got a waist chain. He got a black box on his legs, and he got irons to restrain his ankles. Like, what the fuck? Like, why they need all of that? They should have did this on Zoom. They should have did this on Zoom. I know, Pretty Brown. I took off my AdSense for this special today, so I can get all my cuss words out for the day about this trial. Oh boy. So even a freelancer, he said it is hard to believe that the judge is even allowing him to walk in this way. He must have been aware of the risk, but it seems like they lost that fight with the judge. Okay, so his testimony turned out to be a blockbuster. It's the blockbuster. Oh shoot, we got some juice. Here we go. 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 You said so we can cuss today. Yeah, you are punishment. Look, as long as y'all know how to go back to good behavior. I don't know. YouTube may not let you cuss on here anyways on a thing. Would you say shit? You getting it off? Okay. So he says that this guy that they brought up shackled from head to toe, Michael, He was a prisoner at Mohawk with Mr. Brooks. That he said that his testimony turned out to be the blockbuster of the trial so far. So let's get in it. Yes. Yes. Yeah, YouTube must be doing something today because I see everybody's little handles is all weird. Yeah, I have it on our schedule. The 13th juror. It's already on the schedule. I know sometimes they be starting stuff or starting it late, but I got it. It's 3:00 Eastern Standard Time, so it's like 12 my time. So yeah, I got it scheduled and I got us a room set up, so we'll head over there when it starts. Yeah, everybody's tangle. Yeah, that is so messed up. I don't know. Do y'all think it's because I be in a bad girl and they messing up everybody's thing? Yeah, I didn't even know Jason had numbers behind his handle. It got your whole government YouTube up out here. It's like it's Jason Franklin 3534. Got your whole government all the way down to the numbers. Shoot. Lynn is 23419. Inmate number 23419. And Barbara, inmate number 3480. They give it. I guess we talk about all these we talking about all these cops. They like, we go put y'all at, we put in the whole taking the trial chat in jail, giving all the inmate numbers. Y'all all in it. Boy, if therapist was here, everybody got inmate numbers. SD, you just got here not too long ago. They say you a good girl. They say you a good girl to just like bad guys. Uh-oh. You haven't earned your inmate number. Drunky, you ain't earned your inmate number yet. You got to get out here. Shamrock has always been trying to get kicked out of the chat. Come on, Shamrock, get your inmate number. She said she been working on trying to get kicked out of the chat. Well, come on, Shamrock. They give you an inmate number. They may not kick you out. Look at there go Phil. He got his inmate number. His inmate number is GA7ME2S, whatever that means. They took his whole name away and just gave him a number. Y'all go ahead with y'all numbers. They gave the whole chat inmate numbers. I tell you. Oh yeah, there was Cynthia. Yeah. Oh yeah, you an inmate too. Yeah, your number is 1886. Inmate 1886. Y'all make sure y'all write these down because we just gonna call y'all by y'all inmate numbers now. Oh no. I don't know what's going on. It's letting all of the data in the sign y'all inmate numbers. Okay, so according to Michael, who is the inmate that they just brought in, and if y'all don't believe me, like this is what they saying. Just so y'all know who I'm talking about. This may be a good way for me to do this while we doing it. Just Shamrock. They ain't give it to. They go. I see what they did for Shamrock. They go put facts, truth, and justice. They surely are not trying to help you get kicked out of chat. How you gonna kick somebody out of the chat with that name? You can't kick nobody out of the chat with that name. Like, that's what they gave you. They didn't put no inmate numbers behind you. They just decided to put the facts, truth, and justice. Well, I guess salute. There's nothing that we could do. There's nothing that we could do about that one. You say, why you're so long? I don't know how many crimes did you commit, Lynn? Please explain. Tell us how many crimes you commit. You a bad one. Yeah. And Morelda, you 72. What? Morelda is 7267. There you go. I don't know what the I don't know what is going on. I do not. But y'all go ahead with y'all MA numbers. They putting us in jail. They putting the whole chat in jail today. She got a long ride. She gonna be like, I tired, boss. Oh gosh, when he said that in the Green Mile, boy, he said, I tired, boss. Shit, I done healed everybody. He said, I tired, boss. No matter what you want to do, I'm tired. I tired, boss. Oh boy, he told my boy that, boy. When he was tired, wasn't he, Jason? He said, "Shit, boss, I'm tired." And that's how you have to tell him sometimes. I'm like, boss, I'm tired. Yours is not normal again, Barbara. You are still in jail. You was the first inmate. You the first one they booked up 3480. So no. You are still in jail. Nah, SD is Surfer Girl 60 all the time, baby. She be too baked out here to be doing any crime. She ain't doing nothing that she ain't supposed to be doing. She be too baked. She probably getting ready to get her. she probably in the bed got her wine, getting ready and whatever. She ain't out here doing no crime. She will leave that all up to you guys. She just came in the room. She ain't even had time to do a crime. She said she ain't want no parts of this. Now that's what she don't want. Right? Oh goodness. Y'all better let me get through this stuff. We gonna be here all damn day messing around with you. Okay. So we got our guy. He understand his name is Michael. He an inmate. He in his prison uniform. He handcuffed from the top to the bottom. I don't know why, but he is. Now, according to Peacock, Brooks' trouble started on December 7th when he threw up his living quarters called a cube. It's like a where they all kind of it's a dormitory, so they all together, right? So the regular officer who worked the dormitory, his name was Mrs. A. Mrs. A discovered Brooks had thrown up and instructed him to clean it up. So somehow he had threw up in the living quarters, the dormitory area. He was instructed to clean it up. When Brooks didn't clean it up fast enough for Mrs. A, she talked to the leader of the gang who controlled the dorm and asked him to deal with Mr. Brooks. Oh, they are gangsters out here. So it's time for Donna. Did y'all just hear this mess? Okay. She said it's time for Donna. Damn it. Wait a minute. I thought it was going to be like at 12. You know, sometimes they open up their rooms just a little bit early for my taste. I guess because Court TV be wanting, and Law and Crime, they be wanting everybody to come in there and have a seat. So I put my notification bell on. Yeah, because sometimes they be wanting, because when I looked at the court records yesterday to see what time court start, it said 3:00 Florida time. Because I pulled up the actual documents to see, because I was trying to see if I could figure out who was going to testify for us. But it will keep it. So we talking about an hour. But I got my alert on. But if y'all see something before then, because they can get real funny acting and do real funny stuff. But okay. So are y'all following along with what I'm talking about? So Mr. Brooks, the guy that has passed away, he threw up. Somehow he got sick and he threw up, guys. The officer told him, clean that shit up, clean it up, right? But he didn't clean it up fast enough. So the officer went and got the gang leader, y'all. The officer went and got the gang leader and told him, look here, dog. You control this dorm and stuff. And I asked him to pick up his, clean up his throw up, and he moving too slow. So the gang leader, Mr. Swift, that's his name. Mr. Swift, he beat Brooks, beat his ass. Like, oh, you can't have the guards come tell me nothing about you. So the guards was letting other gang members beat up people. Now, see, this is what I'm saying, Jason. Like, the guards then went and told them, like, the guard then went and told a lead gang member to beat up on Mr. Brooks. What the heck? Yeah, this is at Mohawk. I hope that they are going to be get some charges and looking into her stuff too. Yeah, another hour. It doesn't start to 12 Mountain Standard Time. I mean, it doesn't start to 12 Mountain Standard Time, 3 o'clock Eastern Time. This is crazy. So Swift beat Brooks with 2 other prisoners, Sparks and Stacks. So Swift, the 3 S's, Swift, Sparks, and Stacks beat the living crap out of Mr. Brooks that night because the guard, Miss A, told them to beat him. I bet you she up there. I bet you she up there sleeping with one of them. You said it, yeah, Sweet Pea, because the guards don't run the prisons. Laugh out loud, the shot callers do. Well, apparently too. I bet you she probably getting that. I bet you they sleeping together, y'all. I bet you Mrs. A. I bet you she messing with Swift. Oh, well, Film Freak here. He got a number, Lynn. His number is at GA7ME2S. Whatever that means, that is now Film. I don't know what he did. So he in here. He said, I am Film. I am him. I am he. There you go, Lynn. He said, it's me. It's me, everybody. I bet you they was sleeping together, man. Ever since I seen that one prison, man, ever since I seen that one prison lady that she was a correction officer and she broke out of jail, and for her boo thing, she broke him out of jail and everything. Told him, she's like, look, I'm retiring. Man, he giving it up too deep up in these cells. Nastiness and all. Like he dropping it right here on my forehead. I'm out. Like, she quit her job, everything, and ended up going on a run with this dude. It's on Netflix. Allison. OnlyFans. Oh, they put a whole bunch of fan behind that. Hey, Allison. So, anyways, Swift beats. I mean, gosh. I mean, not Swift beats the rapper, the artist, but I mean, it might as well be Swift beats because the way they got it, because they say Swift beat Brooks with 2 other prisoners, Sparks and Shaft. Like, what a dang on trio, y'all. Look at this trio here. Yes, lots of stuff going up in the prisons, clearly. Just so y'all can see. Like, I ain't playing. Let me put it in here right, because I got it wrong. Yeah. Wait a minute, I'm typing it in there so I can put it up here. So y'all can know who I'm talking about as I'm going through here. Okay. Oh, it keep rejecting. It's rejecting my comment. Is it raining in Phoenix, Sweet Pea? I'm not sure if it's raining in Phoenix. It was raining where I'm at. I'm in Maricopa. It was raining here the last couple of days. I think it's supposed to rain until Tuesday. Absolutely, Allison. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link. Oh, Allison got a number. Allison, we got your inmate number. I see it's 9142. Welcome to the club. Yeah, we gonna go over there when it starts at 12. Yeah, I see you got your inmate number back up 1013. Okay, so they beat him up that night on December 7th through the 8th. Brooks didn't sleep. He spent the entire night sitting on the top of the locker of his cube. That morning, he threw up again. Referring to what Miss A had told the gang, Peacock testified she didn't have to direct him what to do the second time. The guys already knew what to do if he threw up again. The gang tracked Mr. Brooks in his cube. Swift told him, "Didn't Mrs. A tell you if you not to throw up again?" Like, how he gonna stop himself from throwing up, y'all? This time Swift hit him and with the lock in the sock while Sparks and Stacks punched him. He escaped by crawling towards the day room and yelling, "Help, help, help me, please." Mr. Brooks was screaming like, "Help, help, help." Miss A, the CO officer, she re-entered the dorm and Brooks was taken to the infirmary. Okay, now they didn't beat you up. Now this was the second time they beat him up in 3 days. Pretty Brown, the biggest problem of this all, boo, this is not even the facility where he passed away. Girl, this is the facility where he was transferred from. This is such an issue. Like, it didn't even start there. It started at somewhere else. I can't make this stuff up. So Peacock's chains, they jingle while he testified. Oh gosh, the freelance is too funny. I can't believe he put this in here. Like, I feel like I'm right in the courtroom with this. He said that the chains was jingling, jangling, jangling. So his chains was jingling while he testified because he was like, she said to beat him up again. He got beat up again. Oh gosh. So they cross-examined him and they called he called Peacock Mr. Brooks and asked him about the chains, highlighting their presence to the jury. So I guess what the defense wanted to do is like, why you up here in these chains, man? Yeah, they already knew this. This is so crazy. So let me see. I wonder what video this is. He got a video right here. Let me see what this is, y'all. I don't know which video it is, but let me see. Okay, I want to watch it. It won't let me watch it. Wait a minute. It's a learn more, watch on YouTube. I'm trying to see. I understand. I want to proceed. Take me in there. Oh, okay. This is just the video of them hurt him in the infirmary. Okay. So this is at the time where they enter the 4 segments of the body camera footage that we seen earlier, right? So the 4 of the guards that inadvertently captured them unaliving Brooks, right? There was never any doubt that the footage would be admitted into evidence. Like, we didn't think that, you know, that this was not coming in, but it was coming in. The prosecution team is playing the first video. So this is when they watched the 14-minute video that we have already seen today. From Sergeant Glenn Trumbley's camera. So that's from one of the sergeants that took a plea deal. Okay. Robert Brooks' son is sitting in the same place he was sitting yesterday, directly behind defendant Kingsley, and on the bench next to Kingsley's wife. Wow. So you got the victim's son sitting next to the defendant's wife and her emotional support dog. Oh, I'm seeing something in here about birthdays and surprises. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Bob. Go, shorty. It's your birthday. We're going to party like it's your birthday. We already like it's your birthday. It's from the freelance website, Lynn. It's called the freelance. The freelance. Okay, so he's sitting right behind the defendant, next to the defendant's wife. Each of the defendants are sitting stone still like statues. He said they're sitting up there like statues, like, this is what we did. The only sound that you hear in the courtroom is the reporters typing, because remember, the video doesn't have any sound. The jury is watching this video. They watching every doggone minute of this video. Now, occasionally he did see jurors look away. Oh, shoot. Oh, yeah, they going down. Look, this is what he put, where he noticed from a juror. He said the jury is watching the video intently. Occasionally, jurors look away from their screens in front of them for a moment to stare at the defendants, to say, like, they would stare at the defendants like, how could you do this? Happy birthday to you. That's the Stevie Wonder version, okay? Yeah, I did not do 50 Cent. 50 Cent get certain, you got to do. Why is there no sound on the video? I don't know. At 38911, that's your jail number. That's her inmate number. I don't know why they put you with that inmate number. What did you do? 38911. I thought you said you work in law enforcement. Why do you not have an inmate number, Donna? The reason why the video doesn't have any sound, Donna, is, well, first of all, they didn't know that the video that it had cut on, it was like a backup thing that cut on. So I think that's why there's no sound with the video. So you imagine, you are a juror, you're looking at this video, it has no sound. So all you have is to look at the video and the sounds of the court reporter. So they're saying that in this courtroom, all you can hear is the court reporter typing, sniffles from the victim's son, and then you just looking at these three defendants that's sitting at the table like statues. He says many of the jurors were even holding their faces, guys. The defendant's eyes were locked into the screens too. They're no doubt following the instructions of their attorneys to do so. so that the jury doesn't get angry that they are forced to watch an unaliving while the defendants look away. You know, and I agree with him. Sometimes that stuff really definitely matters. So they say, imagine sitting in a room with the men who unalived your father while watching the same men unalive your father on video. So he's mentioning in regards to Robert Brooks Jr. is in the courtroom watching the video when his dad was unalive next to one of the unaliver's wife and their support dog, and with the defendants right there. Y'all let that sit there for a minute. So this one is from the CEO of Michael Fisher. So they play, you know, because there are 4 different video views and 4 different clips. And that's how we were able to see it, and it's 14 minutes long. Now, Fisher, he was originally scheduled to go on trial with these 3 defendants, but he convinced the judge to schedule him separately. So we got one more to see on trial, and he doesn't go on trial until January, guys. Why can't you see what, Cynthia, inmate 1886? What would you like to see, Cynthia, inmate 1886? So the judge concludes the trial for this day. Still remaining to testify for the prosecution is the medical examiner and the cooperating defendants, Robert Kessler and Sergeant Glenn Trombley, the leader of the goon squad, or the gang squad, as I would like to call them, that unalive Brooks. So is there anything else that y'all, so that's that day. That was day 4. Now we're on a day 5, guys. This is the autopsy day. Okay. So we on day 5. You said let you go cut your apple slices now. Yeah, go cut your apple slices now, MA1886. Make sure you go cut them. Just gonna start calling y'all by your MA numbers. You got like 50 years for YouTube. Oh, Maddie gotta have a MA number. What's up, Maddie? Your Ada trial doesn't come up about 30 minutes. I know I scheduled it early, but we've been in here talking so much. Because I was gonna show some more. I was gonna show some of her testimony from the last trial. Maddie, you wanna go up? If you want to go over there, I'll go open it up. I was just gonna play some old testimony. You know, like some. I wanted to go over the closing statements again. You want me to go over there and do that for you, Maddie? He hasn't got to sign his MA number because he just got here. You've been over there licking your chops. He's so silly. You want to see what I'm reading to you? Oh, I can show you what I'm reading to you. I'm reading it only because I can show it to you. Let's see. Only because I'm not, just so you know, I'm not reading it verbatim. I'm pretty sure you know that with all this crap that I'm putting up in here. Yep. But I will put it on the screen for you, boo. Shout out to the freelance. I don't know. Can you see it? Okay. So we on day 5 of the trial. It was expected to begin shortly. 2 former guards that were granted sweetheart plea bargains, right? They are expected to testify as witnesses and on the case, and that's going to be Robert Kessler, and that's going to be the sergeant Glenn. They were the leader of what the freelance calls it the beat up squad. I'll call them the gang squad. I know drunkie. They said drunkie is enough. Okay, they don't need to give you an inmate. Drunkie is enough out here in these streets. No, you don't have an inmate number. Not yet. Oh boy. Yeah, drunkie and OnlyFans, like y'all names is already in jail. Especially OnlyFans, because all his messages to him go to jail. So we have the doctor that's on the stand. She is with the ME who did the autopsy on Mr. Brooks after he was unalive at Marcy's Correctional Facility on December the 9th, 2024. She testified that she has performed over 500 autopsies and kind of put her facts. So this is our ME right here. I know, right? So she testified about the 2 assaults that Brooks suffered at the hands of the prisoners at the Mohawk Correctional Facility before he was beaten and choked by the guards at the Marcy Correctional Facility. Excuse me. She testified that in the correctional facility did not in any way contribute to his unaliving at the hands of the Marcy guards. So she testified, hey, the 2 fights that he got at Mohawk, that did not contribute to his death, his passing. No, it was the Marcy guards that did it. No, he didn't have anything that was so aggressive before then that would have caused him to pass away. Now, this is a key moment in the trial. So for the defense to be successful, the defense must cast doubt on her testimony. So he expected that they would have a lengthy cross-examination. So let's see if it got lengthy. So she confirmed that Brooks had synthetic cannabis. Oh, he had weed he had marijuana in his system. Called K2 in his blood. The test that revealed the existence of K2 does not quantify it, but the minimum amount that the test can detect is 0.1 nanogram. I don't know what the heck that means. She also testified that the K2 did not in any way contribute to his death. She added its only effect was for pain relief, and it alleviated some pain that he was experiencing. So he had some stuff for some pain meds. She also testified detailing the extensive injuries that Brooks suffered at the hands of the gang, right? That his neck had been compressed, multiple blunt impact injuries. She testified that resulted in the evidence that there was just not enough blood in it to deliver any oxygen. His nose was broken in multiple pieces, not just one piece. He had multiple pieces that was causing bleeding all up in his nasal cavity, y'all. There was also a pattern of some blood that was in his lungs. So breathing in blood while he's alive, and that was all coming from the injuries to his face. So and we seen how bloody and all that stuff he was in the video. So there we go. Now, He said that he notices that the defendants are squirming in their seats now. They have had than they have at any prior point in this trial, so they uncomfortable. So these hey, y'all boys over there, part of that gang squad, the gang in blue, they over there scrambling in their sleep. They feeling some type of way. Let me see. I'm looking at the Great Seal of Florida. Okay, let me see if I can get through this so we can get over there real quick. That way we'll only have to come back. We won't have to come back over here because we'll have to. These nuts. I just come over here and I see these nuts, OnlyFans. Whose nuts is you talking about? So the doctor concluded saying that the injuries were not survivable. Like, even if he had been inside a hospital with the best emergency care available, like they saying it don't matter if he was right inside the hospital, that he would not be able to survive this. And Mr. Brooks' cause of death was compression of the neck and multiple blunt impact injuries, y'all. The manner of death is homicide. This is the one that's going to be testifying, right? He's showing a picture of him. So Kessler, he's a cooperating with prosecution witness. He has taken the stand. So he did a plea deal. So he was allowed to plead guilty to second-degree gang assault with a promise sentence between 5 and 7 years in exchange for his testimony against Kingsley, Gallagher, and Kessler. So this guy right here, he got 5 to 7 years. You need something? Mm-hmm. So he says that he worked as a guard for 7 years, 5.5 years to 6 years inside Marcy's residential mental health unit. So Marcy's is a residential mental health unit. He said that he has special training in verbal de-escalation that the DOCCS calls IPC. And this is for their interpersonal communication, right? So this guy, Robert, he is a cooperating witness that's on the stand. So I just want y'all to know who we talking about right now. He only received 5 to 7 years. Yep, I see it, Cynthia. I have it on my screen. I have it on here. Let's do this. I was trying to get through this so I wouldn't have to come. We can close this room down and I wouldn't have to come back over here. Yeah, I wait. I got it up here. I think I got it up here. It's just I see the Great Seal of Florida. I'm watching it on. I'm gonna have it on Tallahassee. Yeah, it starts at 3. I think they open up their rooms just so y'all know, like Law and Crime, and I'm watching it on Tallahassee Direct. But when they open up their rooms, I think it just be so y'all can come in and get settled down and talk and start y'all chat and start the chat stuff, kind of like what we do here. Well, we don't do that here, but kind of sort of like what we try to do here sometimes. I don't know what we be doing. Okay, so Kessler testified that he was working a 16-hour day and was within an hour of going home when he got a call that Mr. Brooks will be arriving at Marcy from Mohawk. But the Mohawk officer who transported him wouldn't bring him to draft. I don't know what that means. Kessler was working to I'm just making sure it don't do nothing on my screen. So but the Mohawk officer who transported him wouldn't bring him to draft, where Kessler was working to process him and the 2 bags of property that he had with him into Marcy. It was the Mohawk officer's responsibility to do that. So he refused twice to go to the administration building outside of which Brooks was sitting in a van. He went when he got a call a third time because Brooks refused to get out the van, and someone thought his IPC skills would be useful. So this smart guy right here, this smart guy right here, Robert said, well, you know, Mr. Brooks, he got there, but he wouldn't get out the van. So he went out there to kind of assist, right? So he said, you know, Brooks, you know, to get out the van and carry his bags into the prison. Like, nobody's carrying your stuff. And he said, as they were walking through the administration building, Brooks dropped the bags and refused to carry them any further. And he said, I'm not carrying this anymore. Brooks said, accordingly to Kessler, fuck this property. I'm not carrying it. Kessler recalled Brooks saying, yeah, right. Continued to walk through the administration building. Kessler said he told him to place his hands deep in his pockets. Brooks had his hands partially in his pockets, but he was not threatening at that point, he said. Suddenly, he said, fellow guard Christopher pushed past him, banged Brooks against a nearby concrete wall, and then put him in a headlock, which is kind of like a chokehold and is prohibited by the policy at DOCC. Kessler started punching him in the thigh, and then everyone had grabbed a hold of and struck Mr. Brooks at that point in time. Like, once the first punch went by Christopher, it was a free for all, and they was getting it in on Mr. Brooks. The first beating of Mr. Brooks stopped. So this is the first beating, y'all. So we just had the first beating. Okay. So the first beating has stopped because that's when somebody heard somebody yell, that's enough, guys. Y'all have beat him up enough. The Mohawk guard who transported Mr. Brooks was present for the first beating. So the guard from Mohawk was right there and he saw the first beating too. But Kiefer, one of the other guards who beat or held Mr. Brooks down the first time, told the Mohawk officer, hey, leave. And you better not say shit to nobody. Because this is what we do here. We get our people in order. He don't want to pick up these bags. We're going to show him. We don't carry your damn bags. You carry your shit yourself. Boom. There you go. Right. So they told the Mohawk, the person that transported Mr. Brooks, you get on out of here. And you ain't see nothing. Then Kessler and Zalone picked Mr. Brooks up, one arm each, and they began to force him to walk into the infirmary. When they reached the interior of the prison, they said to go put Brooks down. He said, I got to spray him. Okay, step back. So Kiefer said, look, I got to spray him now. Now I want to spray him. So they put Brooks down face first on the concrete sidewalk, and that's when they pepper sprayed him. He sprayed him in the head and the face area. After he pepper sprayed him, he used his radio to call Red Dot Emergency, which brought more guards rushing to the scene. So Red Dot sprayed him, call all my troops, call my whole gang, call my whole posse, my posse on Broadway. They was coming in. Here we go. When he called the Red Dot team, that's the backup team. Those are the gangsters of the game. Of the CEO. That's when they beat him up. Like the squad led by him, the gang squad, with Anthony at the leadership. Oh, wow. They went crazy. The aftermath of this moment is when the body camera video captured the unaliving begins. Everything before that point was largely a mystery because didn't nobody know how he got beat up 2 times before the end. We just know how it started. Wow. He testified that Mr. Brooks was assaulted again before being carried unconscious by him and Zalone into the emergency room. He did it, he said, out of frustration and anger. He never hit Brooks while Brooks was on the hospital bed being assaulted by the rest. He said from the outside looking in, it was obviously that Brooks needed help. So he knew that he needed help. He said it looked like he was in distress. He looked so non-responsive. He said that, at the end of the day, he shouldn't have been attacked. He wasn't even doing anything, nothing at all. He just didn't want to carry his damn bags. Anal zone? We gonna name it anal zone? Is that what we gonna get? Is it anal zone? Man, anal zone? So Keefler's lawyer, he gets up now. He's about to start his cross examination. So he's just going over his account, detail by detail, agonizing detail, as he put it, looking for weak points in order to attack, undermine him, the credibility of any witnesses. Can happen all at once or in one big courtroom. Let's see. But usually is unalivened is by 1,000 slices. That's the approach that David Keffler's lawyer was trying to present. So they are saying that the testimony actually concluded for the day after his cross-examination. All three lawyers for the cross-examination about all three lawyers. There are no real moments of success for the defense at this point in time. Kessler was unshaken, and the more they pushed Kessler, the better he got. Yes, Kessler set up the defense by establishing that Brooke was, in fact, slow to respond to orders, but Kessler also testified you can't use physical force on a prisoner just because he have complied with the order. And that's what the defense is trying to argue, and they're using that. They're losing that in that game, right? So there we have it, our day 5 recap. Our first our first little snitch on here. Our guy Robert right here. So we'll have day 6. They don't come back to court until tomorrow, so we'll have day 6 tomorrow. So that kind of wraps up what I have here today. So what I'll do for you guys is that after they do the freelance, I will schedule a stream each night. It shouldn't take us maybe more than 10 to 15 minutes to get through it. And we would do it each night so we can stay up to date with the testimony. I just wanted to make sure that we had everything to go in there with all the information for right now. Yeah, it does. And he had been beat up, a couple of times prior to that, right? So let me go in here. I am going to get us set up with our Donna. Let's go see what Mama Gotti got going on. Let's see what our Mama Gotti got going on. Yo, Gotti. Almost time for Donna. Almost time for Donna. Almost time for Donna. I'm about to take us in there now. I'm about to get us the link because I don't want to put Donna with this one, if that makes sense. But at least now we are very good on where we're at with this case. And then after Donna's testimony, we will go to our other law enforcement case because I take it the trial is going to watch all the trials and all the officers of the law, the officiant of the law. All the officiants of the law are on trial this week. Okay, here's the link to the Donna room. We'll get that set up and get that started, guys. If you want to head over there, I'll close this room down. Definitely, if you missed anything in regards to what we were talking about or what I was saying, I will put the freelance's information in the description box. So if any of you guys want to go check it out, what I was reading from, any of that, I'll put his thing. Shout out to the freelance. It's definitely appreciated for those troopers that are on the ground and actually getting this live coverage. That has to be very hard to capture those moments. But everything that he has done, I felt like I was absolutely in a freaking courtroom. That is so awesome. Just the moments and the way that he described that officer with the crisp uniform. So yes, I will put that in the description box. So Lynn, if you want to go to the description box afterward, definitely go in there and grab that in order for you to see it. And other than that, guys, I will see you over there in the Donald Edison Simpson. Peace.